We'll call the committee meeting to order. The first item up is the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to adopt the agenda with the following change. That the following items we are going to consider and discuss today. Item N, partial magnets, O, Bust, P, Meminger, and Q, academic magnet. Move to the December 16, 2019 board meeting for final action, and change item 3NC, which is the Sullivan's Island item, to work with the constituent District 2 board to study the impact of eliminating or keeping the partial magnet status at Sullivan's Island, develop a strategy to reduce overcrowding at Whitesides and Mount Pleasant Academy, and bring a recommendation to the board by July 2020 for implementation in the 2021-22 school year.
Mr. Chair.
That would be a motion.
Go ahead. Well, is there a second for that motion?
I mean, I don't think you can second that.
Second.
Because
Mr. Chair.
that's directed.
Go ahead, question.
I think that what we should do is, since we are still going to discuss and cast votes on those items, that we shouldn't tie changing the motion of one of those items to adopting of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay,
Can we
so-
adopt the agenda, and if there's some changes you want to make, we make them at that item.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so I'll pull out the recommended changes to 3NC, knowing that I'll be making that recommendation when we discuss it. And so we're
Okay, got it.
moving those others to December for action.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, they'll be voted on, to be clear though, they'll be voted on today, but for action by the board would be December.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And we've got a second on that?
Second.
All right. Go ahead, Reverend Collins.
Yes, sir. I also like to move items M and T to the December meeting.
Second.
District 10 and T for Minnie Hughes.
For final voting.
Yes.
Okay, for
We
the
can
final-
discuss it, but I want to put the late action to December.
Okay, is there a second on
Which
that?
items were those?
M and T. Minnie Hughes and West Ashley.
He's,
I second
Is there a
that.
second on that motion?
I second it.
All right, second by Mr. Hollenshed. Any question or discussion on that? All right.
So what? So
which
what
item are we?
Approved,
What are we
Mr.
voting
Zeke.
on?
Wait a minute, guys.
Let's do a separate.
Wait.
We haven't even voted on the first one.
Right.
Vote on the first motion.
Okay.
Then if Mr. Collins has a subsequent motion, he can make that motion.
Yeah, I'm asking to amend her motion.
All right, Kate,
Friendly amendment.
Make a motion.
Mr. Darby, you agreeing to an amendment or no?
No.
Okay, we've got the first motion to vote on. All in favor, vote on that.
So to be clear, we,
Second the motion.
The
First
initial motion, Mr. Collins.
Okay.
It's right there. Right there.
So make it a separate motion.
It is a separate motion.
No, that's not right.
But you didn't say that.
Yeah, it's a separate motion.
I should adopt the agenda.
no,
To the December.
To the December 16th.
December 16th.
no, we need you to pull that off and rewrite it.
Yeah, just change it to December 16th.
Yep, December 16th. Thanks for whoever caught that.
Chris thought.
Do we need to close these or?
I think we need
I don't
to,
have, I'm not.
I think we
it's
do
open
not
for
need to
voting
vote on
yet.
anything that isn't written.
Well, I couldn't.
Well, we
vote
can't
until
because it's
December
not.
18th.
Okay, hold on. So Julie, you're fixing it, and are you gonna send it back out to us? What is the easiest way to do that?
Because we can't exit out of it.
So,
Give her a
Okay.
second.
Todd.
Yep. All right, well, let's go through and all in favor on that, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Clarification of December 16th.
Yeah, with clarification of December 16th
Hang on
to be
one
the voting.
second.
Yeah.
Any opposed to that motion?
It just,
Mr.
Okay, it
Chair,
passes unanimously then?
in the interest of clarity, can we give her a moment to put it up so that
Yeah.
our public records are exact?
All right, the next item up
Hold
for,
it.
Second, the next
Okay.
motion.
Hold on, wait a minute. Well, let's get the first one up on the screen.
Now it's right.
Yep, there she
Now
is.
it's up.
Okay, that's done.
okay,
Gotta vote on that one.
yes.
well, we're about to find out right now. Go ahead and vote.
Yeah, it's the
Yes,
same
that's
one.
the
She
first
just,
one.
they
Let
had
me go ahead and cast it, though.
December, she had November instead of December.
All right, so then the next item up is Reverend Collins' motion was to
This-
add
hang-
N and T,
M&T.
M&T.
Yeah, M&T.
Just one second.
Got a motion and a
Todd,
second.
just one second. The
Wait.
first
The
motion.
first motion was by hand, and it
What
was
we gotta do is that come on top.
No, she put it up on the screen.
Whatever it is.
Why we got them
Yep.
kicking the can down the road, she
So-
take that one too.
Who hasn't voted?
Who hasn't voted yet? Everyone has now.
Oh,
Okay.
Next item up is
Can we
moving
close?
item
Let's-
N, or correction, M and T.
Mr. Chair,
No, hold
Hang on,
on,
hang
we're
on.
waiting for her to get it, for it to come up there. Yeah, it hadn't come up yet, Julie.
No.
There we go.
There it
we go.
is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You'll cast your vote. I'm not in.
M&T to DC.
So there is a motion and a second to move items M, the District 10 Middle Schools merger, and T, the creating optimal size schools, to consideration at the December 16th board meeting.
Kevin, did
I
you second
second
it?
it.
So
All right, so
we're waiting to see it come up on the agenda.
And just to be clear, we'll discuss them today, vote on today at the committee level.
Right.
This is strictly for the final vote of the board.
correct.
Oh, then I need.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Today is just committee vote anyway, so it doesn't.
That's right.
Doesn't really matter.
We're going to continue to do what we do
If we
today.
did a final
All
vote
right,
in
so now,
December.
has
Mr.
everybody
Chair.
voted? Stand by.
Mr. Hollenshed, you need to vote.
Todd needs to.
Okay, Ms. Green,
So,
Hang on, I've got to
voted.
vote.
Mr. Hollenshed, you voted?
Yes.
Okay, good. The next item
hold
up
it.
is, no, we're moving on to the next item on the agenda,
What's the vote? Tell us the vote.
Okay,
Motion fails.
which is public comments. We've got,
fair.
everybody's going to have 2 minutes to speak. As you come up, please say your name, and please, given the amount of people and the amount of time it's going to take, you don't feel like you got to say anything to us whatsoever with respect to greetings. Just please get into your point so you get as much time as you can for communicating. I'm going to call several of these. Some of you are sitting in other rooms right now, so I'm going to call 5 in a row. And if you'll please start walking this way. The first one up is Sarah Johnson, then Trey Teza, Cheryl Cromwell, followed by Nina Britt and Devon Wade.
I think you should hang your little over the side of it. They're all supposed to be wearing red, to show that they.
And we've got the counter on everybody. If you'll please keep it to your 2 minutes, please. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
What do you-
Okay, hello, my name is Sarah Johnson. I am the chair of the District 2 Constituent School Board. I'm here with my full board tonight. I'm here with many D2 constituents. Please stand up and raise your hands if you're from D2. District 2 educates about 14,000 students in 14 schools. We have the highest performing schools overall with the lowest per pupil cost. Listen, I'm not here to brag about our schools. That's not what this is about. Why would you disrupt a school system that is working? Why don't you use what's working in D2 as a model to elevate academics and performance in other places, other schools? There are schools that desperately need more attention and support. We're asking for transparency. To date, not a single staff member or a single one of your board members has clarified for the D2 community why you are proposing these changes in District 2 for District 2 schools and students. How are these changes going to improve student outcome in student education? We are asking you again to keep the partial magnet status at Lang Middle, Jenny Moore Elementary, James B. Edwards Elementary, Sullivan's Island Elementary School. Your proposals would cause unnecessary disruption to our students in schools. It would actually interfere with the way we assign students to schools, the way we rezone. We also oppose any proposal that's got language that's going to delay this partial magnet decision for a year, have us study attendance lines. That's going to put our families and schools in limbo for no reason. We have this is what the D2 board does. We have 2 schools right now on a watch list for rezoning. We have a very efficient system for rezoning our schools. So with all due respect, we are reminding you to stay in your lane when it comes to rezoning our schools.
Thank you very much. And next, we have up Trey Taylor, followed by Cheryl Cromwell, followed by Nina Britt,
Thank
Devon
you.
Wade, and Ashley Wright. Trey Taylor.
Hi, I'm Trey Teza. As a member of the D2 board, but as importantly as a Sullivan's Island resident, I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and Mayor O'Neill that could not be here today. First off, thank you, but most importantly, we do have a model system in D2. We have some of the best performing schools and some of the most unique programs of study on the coast, and that impact our students to be prepared for their contributions to society. Their global studies, our ocean conservation efforts at Sullivan's Island, and math and science at Lang prepare our students to be contributing members of society. Removing that partial magnet status would keep that from being available, even if it's only for 1, 2, or 3 students across our district. I hope that you will consider reevaluating implementing something that would remove this as an option for so many that potentially need it, or the few that could truly benefit from it. Additionally, the mayor himself and I had a conversation. He agreed he'd love to keep the school open to those outside just the islands. He's proud to share it with people who are proud to be part of our community. Thank you for your time. Please, I encourage you, listen to the people that are here that are passionate. Let us help find a solution that would work for D2, because a one-size approach fits all is not going to work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cromwell, followed by Nina Britt, Devon Wade, Ashley Wright, and Michael Manson.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Cromwell, Director of Education Programs for Charleston Rise. I'm here today, first of all, to say, in response to the gentleman ahead of me, that I am very happy that the students in District 2 has that opportunity to go to wonderful schools. He sounds like he said many wonderful things about them. However, there are a number of other children within Charleston County School District who are suffering from an exorbitant achievement gap of 50 points or more, which is virtually unheard of anywhere in the United States. That's not what I was here to say. However, what I would like to do is reiterate our ask for Charleston Rise for 5 seats to sit on the vetting committee for your acceleration schools. Our provider review team has been reviewing national providers because we have seen for a very long time that there is a need for help in this district to turn things around. We have studied several schools. None of them have applied. We are very educated in this area. We're informed. We've been reviewing schools, researching schools, vetting schools. We've even gone and assessed a school. So having 5 seats of some informed parents from the community to sit on this board, on the selection committee for the acceleration schools, it would be remiss not to include at least 5 seats for Charleston Rise parents who are also just like you. They're community members, they're teachers, they're workers, they're pastors, they're just like you. We represent people in the community leaders, all of that. So we deserve at least 5 seats on that board, and we ask that you delay your time, or you open your time until December for additional solicitations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nina Britt, followed by Devon Wade, Ashley Wright, Michael Manson, and Liz Firestone.
Hello, I'm Nina Fields Britt, a District 20 resident and abused parent. CCSD is plowing ahead with a broad sweeping agenda that lacks public support and has refused to slow down the process to allow for meaningful vetting. Even moving to December some of these items is not enough time to meaningfully engage parents and constituents, given how significant the changes are. Last week, the district unveiled its latest convoluted plan for Buist, at least the 6th proposal since June, that would strip away K through 2, where the foundation and preparation for Buist's rigorous academic environment is built, dismantling a program with a proven track record of success. This proposal, like the many before it, has not been vetted by teachers in the classrooms, and yet you intend to vote on it next month. Meanwhile, you're pushing 15 partnership schools through which the district would abdicate its role in educating students in the most vulnerable schools, and despite public outcry, you seem dead set on closing schools and eliminating magnet programs. To be sure, there are issues to be addressed, but the district has created a false sense of urgency with respect to some of these proposals, suggesting that they must take place next year. Focus instead your efforts on a couple of key, universally liked proposals, for instance, Universal 4K, rather than taking a scattershot approach to changing everything for next year. Hear the voices of the people who elected you and table these controversial proposals until you have done your homework and find out how the proposals on the table would impact the academic programs that are working, particularly at schools like Bused, before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Devon Wade, Ashley Wright, Michael Manson, Liz Firestone, and Evan Spite, please.
This summer, I stood up here as a D20 parent and asked you all a long list of questions, hoping for some kind of clarification on the proposed changes to our schools. I considered doing the same thing again today, but quite frankly, the rate at which these plans continue to change, that would be useless. Today, just proving that more. Change is necessary for growth, and change is hard, but it's clear from the crowd gathered outside earlier and in here now, and in the middle of a Monday morning, might add, that this goes beyond typical discomfort that surrounds change. The community is deeply confused, scared, and frustrated. Parents, teachers, administrators, and now even some of our students can't find a way to cope with these changes because the plan changes every week. It's impossible to do research and offer feedback when the plan changes this frequently. Regardless of your intentions to help the community, it's clear that this has been mishandled from the beginning. Today is your opportunity to stop this spiral, and pushing back a few weeks isn't enough. Take the time to create a clear and focused plan. Do real research and proper vetting. There are so many schools that will be impacted by these quickly drawn plans. The lives of our children, the livelihoods of our teachers and staff hang in the balance. They are worthy of your time. Growing up, my teachers told me, don't rush your work. I'd like to ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Wright, Michael Manson, Liz Firestone, Evan Spite, and Whitner Kane.
Thank you for your time. I want to be really honest with you all today and tell you something that I think you already know. The way that you've handled this entire process is a case study in how to destroy the public trust. It truly is. From the flip-flopping on the proposals back and forth, the justification changing, the disingenuous listening sessions, telling teachers that their jobs have been eliminated before you've even taken a vote, it could not have been handled more poorly if you tried. And the idea that we can give you meaningful feedback on a proposal that's going to be rolled out today for a vote, even in December, is frankly laughable. In trying to look through the proposals that were put out online last week, the best I can tell is the centerpiece of your plan to ensure equity and equality across the district, and based on what I've seen in the last several meetings, is to add 25 seats per grade at Bused Academy. 25 seats. This makes no measurable difference in the underserved students and schools across the district. But in order to get you there, you're now planning to eliminate kindergarten through second grade, which is arguably the most critical piece of the program, at a thriving school. You're now putting the goal of expansion above the needs of students and the continued success of the program. If you move forward with this program, with these changes, please know this is not the will of the people. That should be clear to you from the people gathered outside at noon on a Monday afternoon who had to take off of work, pull their kids out of school, the people that are crowded in this room and 3 others and upstairs, and half of them are standing outside, hoping that you listen and hoping that you hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Michael Manson.
Thank you all for letting us have the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the board members that have taken the time to truly listen to some of the parents here. The directives from the Mission Critical explicitly said engage school families before making a big decision. This has not been done. Using Sullivan's Island as an example, a school with 200 magnet students, 40% of the school's population, and CCSD has not had a single parent or community engagement session, not one. I ask of you, if this is happening at just one school, how many thousands of children and families across the entire county are not being heard? You need to listen to everyone. You need to give them an opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Liz Firestone, Evan Spike, Whitner Kane, Lisa Ruda, and Patrick Lisi. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on behalf of my two children who attend Sullivan's Island Elementary School. But I'm also here to talk about JBE because I feel like this has been missed from the narrative. The two programs at James B. Edwards and Sullivan's Island Elementary School are very important to the future of our children. They focus on global leadership and environmental sciences. These are the two greatest challenges that our children will face in the future. And I ask that instead of delaying the vote, you really look at these programs and figure out a way to emulate them throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Evan Spike, Whitner Kane, Lisa Ruda, Patrick Lisi, and Ryan Johnson.
Hello. So I'm sure I won't be clapped for what I have to say, but I want to address the people. I see everyone loving these charter schools and these magnet programs, but I just want to read you something, some stats, what these charter schools and these magnet programs do for the kids that look like me. Because we're not talking about those kids, we're worrying about the kids on Lag Middle that has a 80% white population with 10% black out of 1,200 students. Or you want to talk about Sullivan's Island kids, 486, 94% white, 2.5% black. Let's do James Island Charter, 1,597 kids, 21% black. This is your charter schools that y'all sitting here bragging about. What about our kids? Because y'all have charter schools in North Charleston. There's one around the corner from Ferndale and Russellville, Academic Magnet. We don't get to those schools. Y'all have a 2% black population in those schools. So we don't get that benefit that y'all get. We don't get to say it doesn't work both ways. C.E. Williams Middle School, it's a 30% black. It's in West Ashley. So I guess either two things. We don't qualify to get it, or we're just not good enough in the lottery. We don't get that choice. I know a lot of these schools on lottery pick. I guess we just aren't lucky enough to be picked. And Orange Grove Elementary has a lottery program. They have a 14% black population. We just didn't get the lucky numbers on. That's out of 1,200 students, it's 162 black kids at that school. You're going to tell me that's a coincidence. We just didn't get picked. No. If we're going to do the charter program, get rid of the charter program and let everybody go. We want our kids to get a good education too. We want our kids to have a good school too. That
Thank you. Next up, we've got Whitner Kane, Lisa Ruda, Patrick Lisi, Ryan Johnson, and Matthew Kressler.
Hello. I would actually like to speak on the acceleration schools issue, which, as I understand it, is actually just public-private partnerships. If you truly believe that these programs are the best choice for our kids, don't hide in the shadows. Tell us and tell us why. And don't nuke the current system in an effort to make private-public partnerships more attractive. Make them compete with the schools we currently have. Why do you think that charter, magnet, and partial magnet schools are so successful and popular? Because parents vote with their feet. Don't hide behind campaign dollars. Please listen to the people in front of you, the people you are supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Ruda.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Ruda, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of Charleston Rise. Almost a month ago, I reached out to the superintendent and asked a really simple question. Could Charleston Rise be part of the stakeholder committee that she had announced the day earlier to review and take a look at some of the applications that have been received from operators? We waited a couple weeks, and then several of my Rise colleagues came to your next board meeting, and they made the same request again. Could Charleston Rise be part of the stakeholder committee? Receiving no answer after that meeting, I reached out to the superintendent and said, hey, can Charleston Rise be part of the stakeholder committee? Superintendent shared with me that the board is going to be making that decision. So we are here again today asking the same simple question: can Charleston Rise be part of your stakeholder committee? For the majority of my professional career, I actually sat where you have sat. I've been the chief of staff, the deputy chancellor, the general counsel, and even the superintendent of 2 large school districts. I know what you're doing right now is very, very difficult. You're trying to balance a budget and have to make some of the most difficult decisions that a school board has to make when it comes to consolidating schools, changing boundaries. It is really, really hard, and I applaud the time you've given over the last year to have these conversations. However, if you don't figure out how to do this with the community, your work is going to become impossible. So do the easy stuff. Answer people who come down during the workday to your meetings to ask questions. Live stream your board meetings so you don't need 3-4 overflow rooms, right? Put your motions in writing so people can hear them, so they can follow the agenda. And last but certainly not least, the PowerPoints you're going to share, have a handout, have ways for community to get them before the meeting.
Thank you very much. If you could wrap up, Ms. Ruda. Okay, all right.
Thank you. All I ask is for an answer to my question. Can Charleston Rise be part of the stakeholder committee?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Patrick Lisi, Ryan Johnson, Matthew Kressler, and Tiffany Days. Go ahead.
My name is Patrick Lisi. I'm a parent with children at both District 10 and District 20 schools. We've been lucky. We've hit the lottery twice. That's an awkward term to discuss a child's education. Boy, I hit the lottery. Aren't I lucky? It implies there's a tremendous amount of people that are unlucky. We have kids that will be affected both positively and negatively by your decisions today. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for the time and effort you've put into the proposals, many of which could probably benefit from further vetting. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I can appreciate the fears and apprehensions based around any change. My family will make personal decisions based on your choices today. We'll work our way through it. And I think a lot of people don't have the advantages that my family has. And I think that their struggle is probably going to be harder than mine. As a Memminger parent, I can assure you that my child, my wife, and myself have been welcomed from day one at that school. We hit the lotto. We look forward to the positive changes that come with your proposal, and we're also empathetic to the families that are going to be affected in a negative way or feel that way. As a family, I've been sent down here by my wife, atypical, to extend our hand to any transitioning family and to help them feel comfortable in any way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan Johnson, Matthew Kressler, Tiffany Days, and Erica Coakley.
Hello, my name is Ryan Johnson. I have a daughter who is in first grade at Memminger Elementary School. A year ago in January, I moved here with my family from Butte County, California, which you would only probably know because a year ago, 2 days ago, a quarter of our county was made homeless by the Camp Fire, and we lost a dozen schools on that day. Now that was very important to me because I was on the County Board of Education as a board member, so I very much appreciate what all of you are experiencing right now. And I grieved when I left my county and the board to come here to Charleston because I felt a great sense of honor to preserve what was beautiful in education about the county where I was born. The best thing thus far about moving to this beautiful town of Charleston, this state of South Carolina, has been my daughter's school. And the best part of my daughter's school has been the people and the families that we have met and have been embraced by. Now, I say that because that wasn't what I expected when I came here. I really didn't know what to expect when I came to South Carolina, but I have experienced the greatest love and acceptance that a family could have. That's why the proposals that have come out about the changes to Meminger, I think, are most disturbing. A woman came up to me whose daughter is a very good friend of my daughter. She's an African-American woman, and she looked at me and she said, you know, you just wouldn't understand. And I looked at her and I shook my head. Miss Postlethwaite, when you met us at the coffee the other day and your proposal was introduced by, we have had this reviewed by our 14th Amendment attorneys and it's been found to be acceptable. That is not the way to develop policy, I would suggest. And I would think that the parents that are concerned in Meminger have a reason to be concerned. Thank you. We very much appreciate the quality of Meminger Elementary, and we hope that it can be built and not destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Kressler, Tiffany Days, Erica Coakley, followed by Marcia Aline.
Hi. I'd like to continue that conversation. I'm a father of 2 girls at Meminger Elementary, and I'd like to raise questions with regard to changes at Meminger, proposed changes, that I think demand clear public answers before proposals are voted on so that you, our elected officials, can be held accountable to those stated answers. How will the proposed changes impact families who currently depend on Meminger as their neighborhood school? How would it impact Meminger's Title I status? If Meminger lost that status, how would the district fund and support the services that so many families currently rely on? If one objective is to make schools more racially and economically equitable, how will the district prepare people for life in more integrated schools? Specifically, what programs, what administrative positions, and what resources will be put in place to ensure that this transition is a positive one for everyone? How can these proposals increase access to advanced academic programs if they also, at least on paper, maintain many of the practices that have made Buist Academy an overwhelmingly white and affluent school, specifically countywide magnet status, eligibility criteria, and entrance exams? What's to prevent these proposed changes, which might look good on paper, from eventually effectively transforming Meminger Elementary into Buist 2.0? And so, in the interest of good faith, if the objective is to make our schools more racially and economically equitable, I think that the burden on you as a district and as a board is to lead from the front with clear, consistent communication on that. Because right now we have, as people have already said, a lack of trust, which are the seeds for the worst possible way to try to address the real issues of racial and economic inequity in our schools today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, Tiffany Days, Erica Coakley, Marcia Aline, followed by Mason Riley.
My name is Tiffany D. Smalls, parent family advocate for the rural area and also PTSA president for Baptist Hill Middle High School. I'm gathered here today with my son, Ollie McNeil from Minnie Hughes Elementary. First off, you've closed shoulder and CC Blaney and haven't provided a stronger curriculum for my kids when they go to Baptist Hill, nor have you done anything to improve the curriculum. Hardship of closing the schools and relocating our kids to a school that is not a passing school. Classes are overcrowded, permitting teachers the ability to perform and educate all of our students adequately. Transportation with Durham, that's already an issue. Highway 17 in the rural and Highway 165 of Ravenel is bringing more developments as we speak, as you could see if you guys take a trip out there. So now you're talking about 17 in Ravenel looking like Glen McConnell and West Ashley, with the consideration that you guys have not considered the development and the growth to the community with the schools. Promises for accelerated academics and other programs at CC Blaney, which you guys never did, and you have no intent to do so. 3 years later, and we are still without a school. Taking money to invest in these businesses and not in our teachers' salary, and bringing the missing fundamental and resources to our current school. Was it ever researched why these schools were built to begin? Closing many hues and the data clearly shows the progress in education above all the other elementary schools in the district. Among this board, you guys are making decisions and consideration of the people without consideration of the people that it would affect. Going based on statistics and research, not reality, today's society, and our communities, if you're out to improve the community. Are the students really the concern and the base of purpose for this education today? Why pull away from our community opposed to improving the schools? What are our tax dollars being spent on? Years ago, we fought for justice, equal rights amongst all. Are we really still in segregation? Are our kids really the future?
Thank you. Next up, we've got Erica Coakley, Marsha Aline, Mason Riley.
My name is Ollie
Go
McNeil,
ahead.
and I'm a 4th grade student from Many Hills Elementary. Please keep my school open and give us a chance to succeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Coakley, Marsha Aline, Mason Riley, followed by Dr. Carol Temple.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel Marcia Aleem. I left the Veterans Day program to be here to fight for District 23.
Well, thank you,
It's
Colonel
a shame that I have to be here to fight. District 23, you closed R.D. Schroeder with the promise of better classes, better curriculum for students at Baptist Hill. That didn't happen. You promised an accelerated program at C.C. Blaney. Instead, it closed. It didn't happen. We have the best early child start program at Minnie Hughes, which is the highest functioning program, a model for the county of Minnie Hughes, but you want to close Minnie Hughes. Let me just give you a picture of the day in the life of a student that lives on White Point Road. White Point Road off of Highway 174 is 3 miles. If you picked up a child going one way on White Point Road, 3 miles, you take that child and on that bus, take them down to Little Britain Road, pick up kids there, that's 9 miles. Moffett Road, 4 miles. You go left onto Willtown Road. This is just an average bus route to get a child from White Point Road to E.B. Ellington, okay? Willtown Road to Parkers Ferry Road, 7 miles. Parkers Ferry Road to E.B. Ellington by way of Highway 17, 18 miles. I drove this yesterday, Sunday afternoon, after church with no stops along the way. Driving about 55 miles per hour. Total miles, 41 miles. Drive time, 1 hour, 7 minutes. That's without any bus stops. How do you expect a child that's 4 or 5 years old to handle the pressure of travel time alone and be able to study and be productive in their work? In the Air Force, our core values are integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. Your motto or your values are supposed to be children at the heart of what you do. Live up to that.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Mason Riley, Dr. Carol Temple, Lisa Covert.
Good afternoon. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Quality Education Project, whose purpose is to advocate for equity, access, and excellence for all students. The recent proposal to engage in partnerships to improve public education in Charleston County is problematic. It's a problematic approach to solve our educational needs. QEP believes that supporting private partnerships, operators, as I see the new term, will result in failure. First, there is a constitutional responsibility for local districts and the state to provide at least a very minimally adequate education. The legal responsibility is entrusted to the local school board. Handing over this responsibility to private partners abrogates this constitutional responsibility. Additionally, these private partnerships do not guarantee nonprofit status, reputable credentials in education, or proven commitments to students of color. Second, it seems odd that the district did not earnestly consult with parents and families who rely on public schools to meet their children's needs. Parents and students closest to the problem have a vested interest and understanding of the problems facing their children. Third, we know what works. Research identifies that wraparound services, longer school days and years, smaller class sizes, teacher aides, parental engagement, etc., work, and that's what we need to focus on. Today, we stand with the organizations who are here. We challenge the board to lobby legislators in Columbia to raise per-student expenditures and repeal Act 388, support SC for Ed teachers who are demanding solutions that work, and partnering with families who are engaged in efforts to improve traditional public schools. I have a list of best practices that we want to promote, and I'll submit it because my time ran out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mason Riley. I don't know if Mason Riley was there. Next up, Lisa Covert, Jamie Sicard, followed by Lewis Tick and Matthew Go.
Hi, thank you. I'm here today to ask about partnership schools, or what's now being called Acceleration Zone. I've emailed the board before asking for examples of schools, model partnerships or acceleration schools, so that we can know exactly what the board is looking for and see research, proven and supported results that indicate that these schools will actually help the students who are most in need. It's disturbing to me that the schools that are being targeted for these partnerships or acceleration zones are predominantly African American schools, and I want to know and better understand what are the anticipated benefits for these students. And specifically, as the speaker before me mentioned, why are we willing to relinquish public oversight over their education? I have received no answers, no examples from the board. Only responses I received were basically telling me I didn't understand the problem. I'm trying to understand your solutions. I know the problem is that we're not serving schools very well right now, and students in particular. The other question that I have, West Ashley already has very great advanced programs at their high school. Why is the partnership with CFC not being proposed at Burke? What is the rationale for that decision when it seems like students at Burke could benefit even more and need that? Again, we're talking about busing school students from schools that need the most help and assistance instead of fixing the schools that they're already at. So I would like to hear a rationale for why not Burke. Why are we proposing just moving those students around? And finally, the last thing I wanted to say today, I've heard from a lot of teachers in the past few weeks, both at my children's own school, which is Memminger, and also friends of mine who teach at other schools in Charleston. They're completely demoralized. They feel like they've been largely excluded from these conversations, from these proposals. And all of these proposals are potentially disrupting their lives. They deserve to be more involved and have more of a say for themselves, but also for the students they've dedicated themselves to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Jamie Sicard, followed by Lewis Tick, Matthew Go, and Heather Uberman.
My name is Jamie Sicard. I'm a parent of two boys at St. Andrew's School of Math and Science. I want to express my concern regarding partial magnet closures, not just St. Andrew's School of Math and Science. My sons will be gone by the time these potential changes take place, so I'm speaking as a person grossly concerned about the future of STEM education locally, which will have far-reaching impact regionally, statewide, and eventually nationally. Without this school, I'm not so sure I'd have a fourth grader who scored perfectly on the SC Ready math portion of the exam. Things are being rushed. I beg of you to have more parental input and to do so in a more transparent manner. Make meetings convenient for concerned parents to have meaningful input. I suggest that St. Andrew's School of Math and Science be used as a template for success. As Mr. Garrett can attest to its ethnically diverse population, it offers an array of solid programming in and outside of normal school hours and is truly a community formed around a school. They have volunteer groups tutoring those who are behind in reading, parent volunteers in the National Geographic GeoBee and STEM-based Storm the Citadel program, and a fully engaged school improvement council. Please don't fix what's not broken. Given these points of light, I think it would be best to use SASMs as a model for lower performing schools, administrators, teachers, and school improvement committees and their PTAs. In closing, gut fish, not schools.
Thank you. Next up is Lewis Tick, Matthew Go, Heather Uberman, and Katie Chowdhury. Okay, Lewis Tick. Matthew Go, Heather Uberman, Katie Chowdhury, Ryan Uberman, Kat Samus, and maybe we're getting to some on the list who are sitting in other rooms. If you could start making your way here, Mr. Reidenbach. I don't know if you have any way of. I'm going to go check. Okay, we're at Lewis Tick, Matthew Go, Heather Uberman, Katie Chowdhury, Ryan Uberman, Kat Samus, David Island, Smith Podras, Lynn Bantium, and Anna Bradley. All right, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. My name is Katie Chaudhry, and I'm a parent of students at Sullivan's Island Elementary School. My family and I moved here from Florida several years ago. We can't afford to live on the Isle of Palms or Sullivan's Island. We have 4 children. It's very expensive to live over there. But the great thing was, you all provided a magnet school for us. So we decided to apply, knowing that if my oldest got in, hopefully we could get the rest of my children in. Luckily, they were able to follow after the oldest, and now they're all there. It's been great. We are a somewhat diverse family. My children are half Indian, so you know, that kind of helps the school a little bit. It's been great being there. Everyone's been welcoming. We know that Charleston County, anyone can apply within the county to that school, which has been great. If you rezone the area, you're only going to be pulling from other schools, such as Mount Pleasant Academy and Whitesides, and let's face it, they're not really that diverse. So, therefore, keep the parents that want to stay there, the children that love it there, are learning from that school, let them stay. The parents I've spoken to at Whitesides, Mount Pleasant Academy, they don't want to leave. Don't move them. The children that want to stay, that were able to get in through the magnet program, and again, anyone in Charleston County can apply to this magnet program, they want to stay. Leave it alone. It's not broken. Nobody has come out to look at that school. Nobody's done any research on that school. It's there. No one's come. Please come and visit. Please come do some of the same research that you did on some of the schools downtown and help us fix it if you think it's broken. But if you don't think it's broken, please leave it alone and let people that want to go there choose to go there, and leave it open to anyone in Charleston County, regardless of what neighborhood they live in. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And if you're waiting in line, if I've called your name, if you'll please go ahead.
Hi.
Yep.
Thank you. My name is Kat Samus.
Okay.
And thank you. The suggestion to eliminate partial magnet programs has received less time and consideration than the board's other proposals, but in addition to the other proposals, it will also have major consequences that need to be more fully understood. I ask that the board does not approve any changes to partial magnet status, especially for Sullivan's Island. Instead, I request that the board defer to the D2 constituent board to discuss zoning procedures and outcomes. I request that the board meet with SIES and other school staff to examine their programs and explore all options. I request that the board shares their research that shows how eliminating partial magnets and rezoning schools, all schools, would advance CCSD's goals. I commend the CCSD school board for their big, bold goals to improve equity and achievement for all students. Big, bold goals require cohesion across all committees and boards, cooperation among all stakeholders, and each single action item must clearly support the goal. Big, bold changes must be made deliberately and incrementally. Meaningful change is never quick. Quick changes are neither meaningful nor successful. In order to effect meaningful changes, please take more time to include all stakeholders, consider all impacts, and first provide the necessary supports for students that are not yet in place. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Lewis Tick, Matthew Go, Heather Uberman, Ryan Uberman, David Elan, Smith Podras, Lynn Bantium, and Anna Bradley. If you're on that list and waiting, is anyone else still waiting to speak that is on that list? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lynn Van Team. I have had 4 students attend Sullivan's Island Elementary, so I can speak to that issue. And of course, hearing the broader issues of what some of the other speakers have said today, is also very concerning. So at the risk of repeating what many others have said, this entire process feels incredibly rushed and not at all transparent. This has resulted in a frustrated group of parents, as you can see here today, many of whom have lost confidence in some of the decisions or proposals that are coming from the CCSD board. Now stories abound as to what the real motive is behind these decisions. Whether it's rumor or fact, it's clear the lack of transparency has also already created a great deal of anxiety within the community. My 4 children have attended Sullivan's Island Elementary in the last 6 years, and now my youngest child is poised to be thrown out of the only learning environment she's ever known. With the knowledge that she would hear about the upcoming changes, my husband and I gave her a brief understanding of the proposed changes last night. Needless to say, the tears that followed were heartbreaking, and it's very frustrating to witness during a time that we know when we need to treat the whole child and not just their understanding of the coursework. This introduces disruption to thousands of children that nobody seems to address. I hear the frustrations of the parents and the community leaders that are focused on providing better opportunity to children in higher risk or financially challenged schools. We aren't blind to the unfairness of that, and if the proposed changes were meant to balance the scales in any tangible way, we'd love to hear about that. Put some stopgaps in place that would listen to the groups that have already done studies to get students into some of these great and successful schools, make sure that the children from the lower income schools can get educational opportunities they need. I volunteer at a school downtown, and I see that there are changes that need to be made, and there are things that need to be fixed. I think we're all on board with that. The proposals that are happening in certain areas, like my school, are simply going to take my child out of her learning environment where she wants to be, where we donate our time and our money to the success of that program, and they're going to put another child that looks just like her, that comes from the same financial background, unwillingly into her place at that school and put her into another school. So we're just moving people that look like one another.
Please wrap up. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, if you're on the list that I've called, if you'll please walk up and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Smith Padras. I'm a mother of 4 children in the Charleston County School District. We've been a family at Sullivan's Island Elementary School since before there was a shiny new building. I'm here today to ask questions about why there are broad sweeping changes proposed when there's been no evidence provided to anyone as far as I can find, but most certainly to parents in D2 as to how the changes proposed for D2 do anything to close the educational equity gap or the educational achievement gap. Importantly, the proposal that has been put forward about D2 removes students from their educational environment. As best I can tell, D2 is a little unique. We are not being grandfathered in. In fact, we're kicking children out and we're replacing them with, as my friend Lynn Van Team just said, children who look just like them, except they don't want to be at that school. So instead, we're going to increase transportation costs. We're going to send them across a bridge. We're going to take them out of the schools that they used to walk to so that they can join an educational community that they do not want to be a part of now that my children, who do very much want to be a part of it, have been kicked out. This makes no sense. It doesn't seem to serve any purpose. What it does is it destroys relationships. What matters in educational achievement is relationship. That's the missing link for all of this. It's not a shiny program. It's not a fancy label. It's not the right verbiage. It's buy-in from families who come together to support the faculty, the teachers, and the staff who collaborate in partnership with those individuals. When we remove families from schools, when we continue to just rezone, reshuffle students, we treat them as if they are dots on a map, and they are not. The relationships that families build in their home school are not fungible. They're not replicated by moving to a school a few streets over. If children are truly the heart of your work, I ask you to listen to the people who know these children as children, educators and parents, who seem to be aligned here today telling you that we do not want this plan.
Thank you. Next up, if you're on the list that I've called, if you please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is David Island, and I'm here because my son is in school at Sullivan's Island. I'm here in opposition, obviously, to the eliminating of the partial magnet at Sullivan's, but obviously it's a much bigger issue that I think is at stake here. I understand there are tremendous complexities in your work. It's obvious. However, as it currently stands, you're not performing your civic duties as you were elected to do and serving all constituents in this district. Parents, teachers, and principals have been left in the dark as it relates to the so-called due diligence on this and other proposed recommendations for other schools as well. I agree, there's always room for improvement, but your proposal to dismantle one of the few top performing schools in the state of South Carolina with zero understanding of why makes no sense. Further, it doesn't take a genius to see that some of the proposals being recommended are not in the best interest of the kids, but rather special interest. It's not too late. It's not too late to press pause on this and other proposals and do the right thing. Please help us help you. All races, all socioeconomic backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, is Anna Bradley here?
Hi, my name's Anna Bradley.
All right.
I just wanted to speak in regards to the families that we've listened to, the teachers, the administrators, all of our educators that we've been listening to for months. We've heard from families from Mitchell, from Meminger, from Charleston Progressive, Charleston Development, Buist, and we've heard from all of these teachers and all the families about the connections that they've made and the ties that they have to their neighborhood and to their community. And these teachers, they take care of our children. They teach them every day. We treasure them. Why do you think the teachers at these schools come back every year, especially to the schools with the vulnerable populations and the ones that don't have all the bells and whistles and all the programs? Why do you think they come back every year? Because of the connections with the families and the students, and knowing that the siblings are coming after that and continue to be with the same families, because it's not the paycheck, okay? So let's not disregard all of the connections that our educators have made with the community and the families that take time out of their day, like you said, to leave the veterans programs, to come on their lunch break and hustle down here so that they can be heard. Let's remember our teachers, because every time you throw out a random program that you hope sticks this week, it causes stress and uncertainty with those teachers and those administrators. They have no idea. And the blowback they're getting from the families is very stressful, and it's very disrespectful to the teachers. We are not doing them any services, or that is a huge disservice to just throw out wild ideas, and their future is now uncertain. So please remember our educators and our administrators when you make these plans every week, of which I don't even know what the current plan is, because it is a constantly moving target. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. The next item up is to Dr. Postlethwaite, the overview and summary of recommendations.
I couldn't hear you, Todd.
What's that?
We can't hear you.
He couldn't hear what you said.
Oh, got it. Excuse me. Next item up is summary of recommendations.
Ms. Jeffrey.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Jeffrey. Oh, I apologize. This is your committee, and I can't read lips or hear well, so I will turn it over.
Okay, Dr. Postlethwaite.
Thank you. Just very quickly, we want to give an overview of what the board's intentions and values were and what the district's recommendations are at the high level. So to be brief, this was a values-driven proposition from the start when the board started 18 to 24 months ago. We want all students entering school ready to learn, all students graduating ready for life. To do that, we know we have to give flexibility to improve low-performing schools, and we have to move forward with a determination not to compromise the high standards. We believe that diversity, equity, efficiencies, and talents in all programs will produce the kinds of results that we're hoping for all children. Let's look a moment at the district's current reality. And you can follow these slides along if you're a board member. They're in your board docs. As a countywide system, when you look at the large pie graph at the top, it looks as though our student body is pretty much balanced between white students and minority students. But if you look at those smaller charts on the side, we see that we have a very different picture when we look school by school. 28 schools have minority student populations of 90% or higher. 15 schools have minority student populations of 10% or lower. That means that about half of our district schools are made up of student bodies that are 90% the same race in 2019. If we look at the current reality in terms of poverty, we see the same kinds of divides. It looks as though we're fairly even. 53% of our students are in poverty. That's based on the state and federal definitions. Children who are qualified for Medicaid, for example, would be among that number. But when we look more closely, 40% of our students have a student poverty index that's above 80%, and they're among the state's highest poverty schools. 17 schools have a student poverty index below 20%. They're among the state's lowest poverty schools. Our current reality is that we go from one extreme, the best high school in the nation and state by different recent measures, Academic Magnet High School, with 4% African American students, and Buste Middle School is the highest rated middle school in the state according to the most recent report card. Buste student body is 8% African American. So the original recommendation had to do with revising our magnet and some of our partial magnet programs to ensure fair representation of our diverse student population, socioeconomically and racially. We do that in order to provide better access to more diverse student populations. If we think specifically about our academic magnet schools, the goal is to increase access without diminishing quality, and with the current recommendations on the table, without disturbing one of the children who is currently attending either of our academic magnet schools. When we looked at Buste Academy, at first people were fearful that we were lowering standards. We're recommending adding 1/3, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade section, and that would be about 1/3 of the students in those grades, and that we give first opportunity for those seats to students at schools of 80% plus poverty who are scoring at the 75th percentile or better. If we look at the current student population and achievement at Buste, on the most recent administration of tests, only in 2 grades did 75% of the Buste student population score at the 75th percentile or better. So we don't feel as though our recommendations would do anything to harm the level of academic rigor that is provided there. Our most recent recommendation at Academic Magnet High School, thanks to the suggestion that was given to us through these iterative listening sessions, is that we select or give options for seats, up to 30% of the seats of the freshman class, to students from 80% plus poverty schools who meet the entrance criteria. We see on this page the percentage of schools. Oh, excuse me, I'm ahead of page. On this particular chart, we see the numbers of children who score at the 75th percentile or better from 80% plus poverty school. So all told, there are about 300 children who would be eligible for consideration from 80% plus poverty schools. If we look at the next slide then, we're looking at the academic magnet possible entrance. At the first chart shows at the 85th percentile and up the numbers of students scoring at that level from our high poverty schools. The chart right to the right of it shows that there are 27 students in our high poverty schools scoring at the 80th percentile and up, and then the bottom left shows that there are 41 total students if we were thinking of the 75th percentile and up. And these students would still need to meet the entrance criteria that all other children meet as they enter Academic Magnet. So we would imagine that probably about 30 of the seats at Academic Magnet might be eligible or open for students who met the entrance criteria and chose to go there. If we move on then with our current reality, we think about the gaps that exist for the students on the other end of the spectrum. We have several of the state's lowest 5% and 10% schools. These are primarily schools in our district that have that poverty index above 78%. Constituent District 4, North Charleston, has the highest rate of the students who live in that level of poverty. So our recommendations, as we move forward then through the overview of the recommendations, are to improve preschool and family engagement programs starting in North Charleston for ages 3 through 5 with this coming year. Another recommendation is to designate acceleration schools that would utilize experienced, successful leaders and, in some cases, partners to improve student achievement by gaining some flexibility from regulations that hinder innovation. The recommendation is not to privatize these schools. It's to apply to the state board for waivers so that they would have more operating latitude, greater autonomy, with strong leaders, so that we can give them all the supports that they deserve in order to improve. Finally, we're thinking about optimal size schools. This is a delicate and difficult balance. How do we take children who are often in fragile communities but who attend schools that have fewer than 500 students and group them together so that we have a school large enough to get the right kinds of supports and programs to them so that they can have opportunities like children in other schools can have? We cannot afford to do that if we don't get at least 500 students on one campus. Finally, one of the recommendations we haven't talked about, but it is critically important, is the need to develop talent, because without great talent, none of these other recommendations makes any difference. So we have to do more to make sure that we recruit and develop the talented leaders and teachers to help bring our children to higher levels of achievement. In summary, we must do 4 things. We have to expand access to our programs to a more diverse student body without sacrificing high quality. We have to expand and improve programs for our most needy young children to ensure that they start school ready to learn. We have to utilize qualified, experienced leaders and engage partners where necessary to improve our lowest performing schools. And finally, we have to accomplish all of this within the district's financial reality. It is our goal to become a school district where student achievement and growth are found in all students, rather than being just the average, as is currently the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, Cultural Competency Training and Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group.
Good afternoon, Board. My name's Don Kennedy. No, my name's Erica Taylor, but I am reporting for Don, who isn't able to be here today. And before the presentation, I simply want to impart to you one of the many reasons why the work that this committee has worked on over the past 3 months, meeting every Friday for 2 hours from August 30th through last Friday. And that's just to make certain that we can make the best educational opportunities available for the students that we serve here in Charleston County School District. If Don were here, he would have shared a bit of this story. In 2018, he said he couldn't remember the month, he was asked to serve on a textbook review committee. And while reviewing textbooks, it became glaringly evident that there was little to no diversity in the textbooks. So he said he asked the other members on the committee what they thought and if their assessment was the same as his, and they were in agreement. Don said the lack of diversity in that book was very similar to the lack of diversity in the books used to educate him over 40 years ago. And he, along with the members of the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group, are committed to making changes. I want to now introduce Ms. Anna Mims, our Director of Professional Development, and Dr. Quinetta White, who's previously led 2 CCSD schools and currently the principal of A.C. Cochran Elementary School, who is the principal, and they both will present for our group. But before they begin, I'd like the members of our group to just quickly state your name and your role.
Ms. Hunter Jefferson, Community Representative with Charleston Rise.
I'm Zoe Ruff. I'm the North Woods Middle School math teacher.
I am Selena Anthony, Title I Bilingual Coordinator.
We have some other members.
I'm Sherry Bodine, Professional Development Review. Blanche Northey, Financial Services.
Trevor Stroderman, Learning Services.
Abigail Rhodes, Economic Consultant. Portia Stilley, part-time administrative assistant. Portia!
Thank you. Dr. White, Ms. Mims.
Good afternoon. This first slide indicates the deliverables. The bolded 1, 2, and 3 are ones that we will continue to elaborate on as we move forward in this presentation.
We consulted various resources when doing this work so far. We've looked at highly regarded national models, the Council of Great City Schools, and other resources, including school systems and organizations that have been trailblazers in this work. This slide is an overview of our training audiences. Underlying this is the idea that the level and type of training offered depends on your level of direct contact with students and families, as well as your level of impact on decision making. Teachers' needs are different than those of our finance team. For example, teachers would need specific training around culturally responsive teaching practices, which are practices that acknowledge, value, and celebrate our students' cultures and languages in order to create a safe space for learning and to build relationships that will help achieve student growth and success. At the other end, the superintendent and the board have higher impact on decision making, so your training needs are different. Training will be offered for everyone who works in our district as a volunteer, as a faculty member, as a bus driver, and so on, and it will be differentiated based on role.
Based on the board's requests, the Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group will be formed. The proposals provide advice and feedback on actions and strategies to improve diversity within our district, contribute to the understanding and implementation of culturally responsive teaching, assist with recruiting for a CCSD diversity and inclusion staff position. The scope? The Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group serves solely in an advisory capacity. The Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Group will not oversee any matters requiring board approval. This slide shares some of the points that the group will focus. There will be 11 members comprised of representatives from institutions, local associations, companies, diversity leaders, etc., with a presence or vested interest in our community. Collectively possess the skills for cultivating environments that encourage and support diversity and inclusion. The term of service, 2 years.
These next two slides highlight the proposed policy that is coming before the board today. We have a definition of cultural competency that refers to an ability to interact effectively with people of different cultures and is comprised of 4 components: awareness of one's own cultural worldview, attitude towards cultural differences, knowledge of different cultural practices and worldviews, and cross-cultural skills. Now, why do we need this policy? Because organizational and staffing changes over time in this district require that we institutionalize this work around cultural competency through policy so that it can continue. There's a few points on this slide I want to call out. One is to ensure educators' pedagogy is culturally responsive. So why do we need that kind of pedagogy in our classrooms? So that is a multi-pronged approach that supports our students in becoming learners and will help our educators in making connections and building relationships across differences. Also, we need to adapt to diversity. Our communities are changing. They do not look the same as they did 20 or 40 years ago, and we need to grow and adapt with our changing community.
This slide demonstrates our cultural competency training stakeholder engagement. This framework was derived from the International Association for Public Participation. It is in its infancy stage, so there may be a few changes. So our next steps are adopt the cultural competency policy, create diversity and inclusion advisory group, finalize cultural competency baseline training for all staff, develop components for the cultural competency training model, and create metrics in order to measure success. We thank you for your time.
Thank you for your work.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So what do we expect to see or hear from y'all next? We see the next steps. Are you the diversity group that's going to do the work that was just mentioned? Are you the team members?
No, there's an 11-member team that will be formed after this presentation and after the policy is adopted. Then we will form an 11-member group that will then do the work, and then this group will, our work will be done.
Okay, and how does this coordinate with the board's action of August 5th for the job description, and we were pretty specific in the kind of members that we wanted to be involved in that? How does this
It's aligned.
Okay.
It's aligned, yes, ma'am.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, transition Mary Ford Elementary to the Early Childhood and Family Engagement Center.
Ms. Jeffrey, we did not necessarily plan to present on every single one of these things. The
Okay.
staff is available if the board members have questions, but we know you have a lot to undertake this afternoon.
What about relocate and construct the, sorry. What?
Give questions on
Any
that
questions on the Mary Ford item?
I would like to propose a motion.
I got questions. Since staff's not ready, so I do have questions for the Mayor Ford.
Reverend Collins?
Dr. Postlewaite, what is Mayor Ford's current capacity for early Head Start and Head Start, the early child development? How many students on the road?
Mr. Barowie or Ms. Nichols?
The current enrollment in Mary Ford for CD in kindergarten is 79, Child and Family Development Center is 82, Shakur is 71 for a total of 230.
But just Mary Ford.
Mary Ford is 79 pre-K and K. So little kids, 79.
So 79 total.
Correct.
All right. Well, what's the capacity? How many can this school hold?
The school or the CD program?
CD program. How many can the?
We currently have 9 classrooms configured in the annex that can house 180. We've got 6 classrooms that are in trailers, count for 20 kids in each, that's 120. And that front part of the building also has classrooms with bathrooms as well.
So you can hold about 400 kids then in CD?
Yes.
Okay. So what has led to the low enrollment?
The Mary Ford zone is only 300 students. The Mary Ford zone for all kids is 300. That's the primary reason for low enrollment there.
So the zoning is the issue?
That would be one of the issues. You can't get more than 300 from the zone. There's only 300 in the zone.
Right. So you're only getting 79 up to 300 in the CD program.
No, 300 for the entire attendance zone, not 300 in that age group inside the attendance zone.
I'm not just speaking to you right now. So there's 79 total. So if it was a larger attendance zone, you make it get more kids in it.
In general, yes, as long as the live-in attendant increased accordingly or stayed the same accordingly, yes.
Or other kids allowed to apply for enrollment? Say maybe they're zoned for Hundley Park or something, or they're allowed to apply?
Yes, sir. You can transfer into Mary Ford, and that's been open for transfer.
So an open transfer policy already in place?
Yes, sir.
And we still just have 79 kids. So would it make fiscal sense to expand the whole entire school to early childhood if you only have 79 kids enrolled now and the capacity is about 400? Does it make any sense to spend money to expand it more if you're gonna have 79 kids there?
So the change in Mary Ford to pre-K to make it an early ed center would be minimal because the classroom's are already configured.
That's right.
Right, so if we bring in the Chicora pre-K and add that to Mary Ford, that puts us in a position to have an early ed center. And if we expand that to a community support facility, which is one of the discussion items, we have room in the front part of that building as well.
Mr. Avery, just as a point of order, throughout the day, we've got about 2 minutes per board member to go through and ask
Just let me
questions.
finish. This was pretty important in my neighborhood. I'm almost done.
Right.
So what I'm getting at is there a need to move the kids out of the, is there a need to move the kids out of grade 1 through 5 out of the school for the pre-K to work?
Yes, there is.
All right, so there's a need, and that gives us capacity of how much? If you move the kids out, what would be the capacity to move to? 400?
Madam Chair, I'm still waiting.
Just want to make sure I'm following you. If none of the traditional classes are there, from grades 1 through 5, the capacity goes to about 400?
I don't have the overall capacity, because what we're planning on doing is, as put in the motion, creating an early ed center and community center, as well as taking the nursing coordinators that are out in the trailers and putting them in the building as well.
All right, so I'm almost done.
So we had intended to use the remainder of that capacity for other functions.
But right now, you don't have the kids there, so you borrow the kids from Chicora to increase capacity, is what you're saying. So now, if you do that, the kids at Mary Forward will go to Chicora, nutritional classes, right, grades 1 through 5?
In the proposal, grades 1 through 5 would go to Chicora.
So now Chicora is actually lower rated than Mary Forward. So how would those kids benefit by going to a lower rated performance school that's unsuccessful?
The opportunity is that when we have a school that has 500 students, or close to 500 students, we have an opportunity to offer more rigorous programs. And that's what we're driving at Chicora, to bring up the attendance to have a larger capacity.
We need to wrap this up.
Okay, so you already have at Chicora 500, you have about 560 kids at Chicora now.
No, sir, we don't.
According to this, what do you have now then at Chicora?
If we looked at grades 1 through 5, from Chicora it would be 255, and from Mary Ford it would be 178 for a total of 433. There's 433 students in that school with grades 1 through 5 from Chicora and Mary Ford.
Oh, so the data line is wrong then? You don't have 500 some kids at Chicora?
No, we don't.
Okay, so I'll look into that. But still, you're taking kids from a school that's doing better, a little bit better, and putting them into a school where they have to struggle more with
Madam Chair,
underperforming
there are
kids.
8 other people in this room that would like to have some.
And you'll get your opportunity, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Reverend.
So Dr. Postman, is that the best interest for the children, to put their kids in a low performing school to combine them?
We can offer more services in a larger school.
Reverend Collins, both Chicora and Mary Ford have similar achievement. The overall report card may be different, but the achievement levels.
They are similar. They're both in the bottom 1 to 5% in the state. In fact, Chicora is the second lowest performing school in the state, and Mary Ford is about the 6th lowest performing. So when you combine those two schools, what are we producing? What do we expect academically to do that to these children?
Another comment.
Actually, I have a motion I've been waiting to make.
Go ahead.
So,
We have a question.
we can discuss when there's a motion on the table, but I've waited long enough.
We can discuss anything.
So, I think this is something that is necessary and is a good idea. We also, as a board, approved this at our meeting. This was actually already approved in a board meeting. And I've talked to the community and the families and the legislators, and I think this is one of the few things that was mentioned in the group, is having such broad support. Early childhood education in an area, in a facility where it can be held to a fidelity of execution isn't happening, and I would challenge the staff that if this passes, we need to see that improvement. But I also am worried about the tagline that says someone's going to come back to us later after we make this vote and tell us if there's the availability of funding. So I would like to make a motion that we fully fund the implementation of creating an early childhood and family engagement center at Mary Ford beginning in the 2021 school year and immediately encumber the funds in the 2021 budget. Direct staff to bring a staffing plan, curricula, and a budget to the board no later than the January 2020 board meeting so that we know how much money we've encumbered and we know what to expect when you open in August. And if this motion passes, it supersedes the board motion of September 23rd.
Can you give a copy of that to Julie? Send it.
If it's seconded.
No, that motion would tie up money. That would tie up money in advance of knowing what the expense is going to be. That doesn't make any sense. You don't commit the dollars and not knowing what the dollars are going to be.
What was it? Can you remind us of what the original motion, do you have that?
Well, the original motion from the September board meeting, sure. I mean, any of us could have done that research.
What's the difference between your motion and this motion?
The money.
This motion is still dependent on the district telling us if there are funds, and this motion says they can go ahead and begin the work without us understanding what they're going to do differently. So my motion alters to go ahead and say, we want the funds. I think Chris Frazier and I were very specific in that at the board meeting. We want to know what this is going to cost, and we want, if you're prepared to do this, then you need to be prepared to give up or fund a budget around it. And second to that, this has them bring us the reasons why this will be better, the curriculum, the staffing plan, et cetera.
So before I ask you to read the motion again, I do want to ask a question. As we begin to set this precedent beginning across the district, as we begin with Mary Ford, and we'll be engaging a number of family engagement center throughout the county, then your motion today then starts the ball rolling for every family engagement center that we open throughout the district. Am I hearing you to be correct?
So we are considering them separately, and one of the things that, while I hesitate to be critical, I am concerned about the layering of multiple actions embedded within action items. So I agree this is, that universal 4-year-old kindergarten in centralized locations allows the public and the board to see whether it's executed with fidelity. So yes, I support this as a system. But for me to say that because I made this motion, I'm going to go ahead and roll Ladson and the other ones, I think we need to discuss them because there are 2 or 3 actions embedded in those motions, and I think we need to unpack those. I think that's too complicated.
All right, sorry. I need you to read the motion again. Whenever Eric, sorry, you said you were going to ask that.
Well, let the motion be read again, but I'm just concerned that we don't go back to what we created 50 years ago.
Thank you.
And that is underfunding or preparing centers or schools where certain areas get certain resources and others don't.
Which is absolutely why I'm saying we need to see that funding and how it's being spent. I agree, because we need to set a template.
I believe we said already in the beginning that we want universal full K across the district.
Yes.
So.
And I agree to that. I think we should roll these out.
Right. So I'm just very hesitant. And even though I'll probably vote along, but I'm just concerned that we don't start another precedence with like we did some 50 years ago and ended up to where we are today with some of the issues that we're facing in our district.
Absolutely. And in fact, I had originally, when one of my questions came is, I don't understand why this isn't geographical. Why don't we pick up all of the children south of East Montague? Why limit it to 2 attendance zones? Or, thank you, Reverend Collins, or south of Remount Road? Because I do believe we need to make these able to serve all children. One of the most disappointing things I found out was the limited number of 3- and 4-year-olds that we actually do serve because of lack of space. I want that expanded immensely. But I also want us to leave here today with the district knowing a moral imperative and a board directive that you fund this, that you do it correctly, and that you prove it to us immediately.
Okay, that ends my part of that. But let me just say as to all board members that as we engage into discussion today, it's very critical that we be respectful toward one another. And that we do be courteous in allowing board members to express their concerns without over-talking the next one. We have to lead by example, so it starts with us. So please, let's just be mindful of that. Everyone will get their time, but just allow the next person to complete their discussion.
Mr. Hollingshead.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffrey. I tell you what I'm concerned with, and I have received calls from parents throughout the county Mount Pleasant, you name it. And the board has a habit of approving programs without even knowing the financial burden to it. And here for today, we're dealing with something that you're recommending pending an outscope of financial planning, which we don't even know. The other thing where I don't particularly care for this, I am for early childhood programs. I expressed this with Dr. Postwick several times, but what I'm kind of concerned, and I want to make sure my folks that I talk with from Mount Pleasant are in here today, we can understand this. We can kick the can down the road in Mount Pleasant, Butte Academy, Memminger, but when it comes to North area where I live at, they want to play in my backyard.
Yep.
And then my children in my particular neighborhood got to feel the brunt of that. So my vote to your situation is a no today, because I want hardcore facts. Basically, you're playing in my backyard. And I got to look at my constituents when something goes wrong, because many of you don't even walk up and down the road where I live at. You don't walk in Union Heights. You don't walk in Winslow. You don't walk in Ackerby. But I face those folks every day. So it's easy for you to say something and recommend something when you don't even walk the walk with the people. So again, I'm for Dr. Postwick, but I think we need hardcore answers first.
So somebody asked a question, I think it might have been Joyce, on what the action was that we took in September, and it was motion to direct staff to bring back a plan to revamp early childhood education by February 2020. In addition to overall program recommendations, the board would like to see options for universal 4K and hiring certified teachers for preschool classes, and to receive updates in November and January. That was the motion.
And that's not what's in it said.
Right, but.
That's not what she said.
So is this the update?
No, that was what we voted on.
No, I understand what that's saying, but it says an update in November.
The slides that are behind here are the update for you, to give you the status report of where we are with the recommendation that's coming, or the report that's coming in January. The motion today is to give us permission to move forward with Mary Ford, so that we can go out and meet with the principal, the teachers, the community, figure out how many students we have, figure out whether we need to expand the attendance area around that, working with the D4 board. Because the staff can't be out ahead of the board. We're asking your permission to move forward on this one, to get all of these details rounded up, planned, and brought back to you by January.
And you don't feel like you had that from the September motion?
No, ma'am. The September motion was not quite that definitive.
Priscilla.
Garrett?
Call the question.
Priscilla, one more question, please.
He hasn't had a chance.
Chris had
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead first.
If you don't mind, Mr. Garrett, my only issue is that, Ms. Coates, your motion says we're going to fund doing it, which is different than go figuring it out and figuring out how much to fund doing it.
Right.
I'm all about doing it, but we got about however many things on the list we'd like to do, and I don't know how much any of them cost. So, I mean, for me, it's, I'm all about giving the district the authority to go out to execute up to the point of being ready to deliver, but we got to know how much it's going to cost, because at some point, somebody's going to come back and say, you got 6 things, what are your favorite 3? Because the other 3 aren't going to happen.
Right.
So I would ask you to amend your motion and pull back the funding commentary.
So I hear you. I just know that from all the communications that I have had in my community with the people, with the educators and the principals, I feel strongly enough that I want to encumber this and make it happen. My fear is, you just said exactly correctly, literally the way this agenda is written, once we leave here today, it doesn't appear that the board has could possibly have zero direct input into what lands in the budget. Because once we leave here, we've left here with them saying if it can be funded, they can come back in February and say, well, it can't be funded.
I disagree with that, or don't mind making the motion clearer so that that's not the case. When we were here talking about all these things before, I think I sat right over there and specifically asked how much money and when, and I think the answer was in December and January, we'd have answers, if I recall.
Yes.
January.
Yeah, January 20th.
Yeah. So for my...
I will go back and pull my strong demand that we go ahead and encumber the funds, but I think it's pretty clear, and I share Reverend Mack's opinion. I don't want to come back in February and be told we couldn't figure out how to pay for this. I don't want to come back in February and be told, we're going to pay for this, but because you went ahead and approved it in November, we're also not going to pay for the other thing you want. Every one of these lists have that tagline, but I will pull back and make a motion to approve the motion that is presented.
Second.
All right, now I've called the question, and it requires a vote to move forward with the discussion.
But you didn't withdraw a motion?
Yes, she did.
Well, the motion is now what's requested, not what she made.
Right.
All right.
So we're voting on this, so you want to...
Thank you. I know.
I got a question still, though. Priscilla, I have a question.
What?
Dr. Postman, will you go to the school, Mary Ford and Shakur, and
It's on our screen,
host the
yeah.
meetings? Because there are people that still don't understand what's going on, and I really want you to see if there's interest for the early childhood center development, because a lot of families just don't attend it. And it's mostly segregated. And so if we spend the money, we want to embrace all communities and not just make it a segregated center for African-American children and not complete something completely diverse and well-funded. So that's important to me, that we embrace all the communities, see if the interest is there first of all, before we really commit to spending money.
Okay, Julie's working on getting it up, sorry. Getting the motion up on the computer.
Thank you, Reverend Collins.
It's the same motion.
The motion's up there, it's just that we don't have the ability to vote on our screens
Right, that's okay.
yet.
Is it coming up now?
No.
Did you lag and?
Voice? Okay. Reverend Mack, how do you vote?
He was wrong.
Or are you going to be ready, or should we just?
I would ask that we try to allow her the time to get
Okay.
ready, because it is very important that we get an accurate recording of our processes today.
Well, if she's having trouble with it, as long
Not-
as,
It's not happening.
Okay, Reverend Mack?
as long as we be vocal as to what our vote is, it'll be
Yep,
cast.
a roll call vote then.
Yep.
Reverend Mack, how do you
Yes.
vote?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Hollingshade,
I'm sorry. go
how do you
ahead.
vote? We can't bring it
Aye.
up. Okay. Reverend Collins?
Motion is written, aye.
Yep. Reverend Collins?
I'll abstain.
I vote yes.
And I vote yes, and the motion passes.
Got a motion on item D.
Relocate and.
I have a motion.
Okay, go.
Motion to include in the 2020 sales tax referendum a recommendation to build a new license.
No, he just wants to move on.
He was pushing, make
Did
sure.
you have a motion?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
A recommendation to build a new Ladson Elementary at Ingleside and convert the current Ladson into a universal 4K and 5K preschool and family engagement center.
Second.
So I have questions.
Go ahead.
And so I don't mean to be so time consuming, but most of these drastic changes are coming to the North Charleston area. And I'm representative of North Charleston, I have to speak. So Dr. Postman, is your plan for the new, will Ladson Elementary School itself move to Ingleside and still be Ladson Elementary School? Is that your intent?
Yes, sir.
With the same base codes?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And then you want to put the Child Development Center at the old building?
Yes, sir.
And now, do we have the need for the Child Development Center in Ladson? Do we have the need for it?
Yes, sir.
And we've already did it like some type of a sample solicitation that we'll have 200 kids or so to attend, at least 200 kids?
Yes, sir.
We're sure we have at least 200 kids.
We definitely have at least 200 students.
3 years old, 3-year-olds and up?
Yes, sir.
North part of North Charleston.
That's the only one in that area up there? No, actually.
That's the one that would serve the North Charleston area, and there would be a recommendation for another one on Dorchester, on the Dorchester
You mentioned that
corridor.
earlier, yeah. Do we have the land in Ingleside? Do we have to buy that land?
Ingleside is something that the board negotiated in under a previous administration.
Yes.
Do we have the land already then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
You can go.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I am a little concerned, and I am looking at the construction people. There's 3 things in here. Putting this school on the referendum, immediately today, determining the future use of that property and building should the new one be built. And This is money that doesn't start rolling until 2023.
Correct.
So best case scenario, we're talking about the Ladson Elementary School property being available in 2025. I'm saying a 2-year construction schedule if you started the day we got money. I'm just a little hesitant to make an action that binds that property 6 years from now. I think it probably should become that, but I don't know why we have to tie that to saying we want to have a new Ladson built. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with how those are layered. And the third thing is, again, this is, there's nothing that says if we vote yes today that you'll put it above the priority line that it'll get funded. And I would ask you, as we go to the next couple of items, you're asking us to put it on the referendum, but that could be at the bottom of the referendum and could end up being 14 years before we actually build the school if it has to go to a next referendum because it's below the money line. So my hesitation, what I want from y'all as a district is if you think this is important enough to ask us to put it on the referendum, that you also embed in the motion that it will be in one of the top 5 funded projects with some sort of assurance that you've done the necessary analysis so that with the other there's 2 other schools you're asking us to do the same thing. I don't want us to get stuck in another situation in 3 or 4 years where we forgot some project that needed to be done. That I'm a little concerned. It's very tough to process these things 6 years out. So I would ask that we separate the vote, that the referendum vote be separate from using the school to do a early childhood center, and that if we're going to put it on the referendum, you give us some reason to believe voting yes today means it's actually going to be a priority project.
If we don't commit the money to it, we have to commit the money to it. We have to commit the money to it now.
One at a time, please. Are you waiting for an answer?
I'm waiting for some votes.
I'm waiting because I want to know if we can separate these and this is clearly a capital programs question. Are you comfortable?
I don't want to separate it.
Mrs. Coates, it's the board's decision that put the project on the priority list. So that's your decision to put it on top of the project.
So I was going to.
We're just asking that it goes on the referendum.
Right. I was going to add that at this point, we're right now trying to, and all of what you just said, you have now created the first wave of assignments in 2023, which we have not yet compiled, all of the different priorities that's going to go on that list. So right now, you're saying with this vote, if we do this, or what you want to be added, you're creating that first wave in 2023. I don't think we can do that, can put the 2 together.
But I think that's very concerning if we're not ready to when we vote, we walk out of here with a certain expectation of what's going to happen next, as does the community. So this could be the next Stono Park. Sorry, we put it 27th on the list and we're never going to get to it. I'm concerned about the wording of it, but if no one else on the board shares that concern, that's why we have a board vote.
Well, I'm confident that we will make it above the money line.
Yeah, I like it the way it is.
Yeah. I think it's going to get done.
Okay, so we have it up there to vote.
You can vote now.
So this is voting on the class.
I don't have it on my screen unless I voted
I
already.
think you already voted. You already voted because it says change vote. So you already voted.
I didn't know that was voting.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh.
And the motion passes.
Madam Chair, I move to include in the 2020 sales tax referendum a recommendation to build a new elementary complex combining Hunley Park, Goodwin, and Lambs, and convert either Hunley Park or Goodwin into universal 4 and 5K preschool and family engagement center.
I have questions on that.
Okay, Reverend Collins.
If I don't want to cut nobody else who want to go first, okay? So my dilemma with this is that we're taking mostly poor children, 90% of these kids are poor, and combining these schools for making maybe a population of about maybe 1,500 kids or so, 12 to 1,500 students, and putting these kids who are already underperforming at risk in one property, and we don't have in place today a strategic plan to help them where they are, where they're in smaller classrooms right now. And this is a lot of money to ask taxpayers to fit the bill for, and we don't know what the cost is going to be, don't know the consequences. I haven't found through research anyone that supports the idea of combining at-risk children with more at-risk children get better results. And we may get more points, may get additional psychologists or guidance counselor, but we're not talking about adding more teachers to the classrooms. If you're talking about adding more teachers to the classroom, that's a different program altogether than this. But this is just real estate so far, and I'm afraid to do this because we put the children at a greater risk to fail and not succeed. It makes sense to keep these kids in smaller classrooms, maybe a ratio of 12, 15 to 1 with a teacher, where they have a chance to learn. A lot of these groups, schools, some of them are what I call tribal or territorial, is a better word, territorial. And when you combine schools like this together sometimes, you create a lot of chaos and confusion. And instead of creating a learning environment, we create an environment that's mostly disruptive. You have behavior problems, have kids fighting, have kids can't get along, a lot of commotion. You change the atmosphere completely. And I don't know of any school district that does this, that takes several schools of at-risk children, put them into one and get better results.
Dr. Postlewaite, could you answer that?
I think there's a better option, and this is a lot of money and a lot of doing.
Because I'm not sure that we were saying we're going to have more kids per class in a
But
classroom.
you will have to.
But this, you're right, this is at this point dealing with real estate, and it's dealing with the ability to reduce some costs because you have 3 campuses to maintain as it is with those 3 schools. And yes, I have not only seen it done, I've been responsible for a school like that before, and students were located, in that case, there were 2,000 students, and they were located in 4 different houses. In this instance, I would imagine there would be 3 different houses, but we have adequate core space in the cafeteria or core space in the physical education spaces to build the capacity to serve all of them, which is less square footage than we're currently using. At the same time, you can create band programs, string programs, drama, and all of the other supports, some of which you mentioned. And in the long run, you can get a better suite of services to that number of children. But you're absolutely right. One has to be careful in the design of the building, and the building has to have a leader who knows what he or she is doing. But I've seen it done well, and I've seen the school become one of the top performing in the state.
But not just the design and being careful. What I'm saying is it creates a struggle for parents and students. There's no families in Charleston County asking us to combine their school with another school. Not one family is asking that unless they're putting them into a magnet school. They'll take that now. A school that's all top performing. Yes. But there's no at-risk school or average school asking to combine on campus with no other school. There's no parental support for that. Wait a minute. In North Charleston, not any. So the idea may sound good on paper, but financially, I think it's a disaster. If we ask taxpayers to fit this type of bill, not knowing the costs, not knowing what we're doing, not knowing what the outcome is going to be, with really no clear goal, with no clear academic vision or strategic plan in place, that's going to make sense. We're not housing goats or sheep. These are students and people that need to learn. And so to me, we're making a convenient center that basically all you black kids are on one building, one property. We can easily get to you now. Yeah. So the outcome doesn't not being really effective. I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just being reality. You can't house the kids together like that and expect us to
Madam
do
Chair,
better.
can any of the other board members have?
Yes, if you wait your turn.
All right, so Reverend Collins.
Yes.
Thank you, Reverend Collins.
I hear what you're saying, but we have had lots of people in the 5 years that I've been on the board come to us and say, make my schools more like X school. Right, sure. And the thing that's different about that X school is that it has a larger student population, and because of that, we can offer more programs. And I think if we have and the district staff has done a lot of study on what is the optimal size school at each level. So I think a lot of thought will go into, and a lot of planning will go into, what do we need to do to transition those 3 schools and be able to offer more to those students than they get individually in their schools. So I disagree with you about how we would handle it.
I accept that, but it needs more thought.
I have a
Yeah, but
comment.
we're not gonna do it tomorrow, we gotta
I have a comment.
do the.
There are professionals sitting here who work for us who've been working on this for a very long time and have a lot of collective experience. I also have been a sheep farmer. I don't believe that they are treating our children like goats or sheep. And I also know the dedication of the people, because I've been in your offices and talked to you, and who are doing this. This is not, none of these considerations that have been brought before us did someone just make up last week without the thought of kids. And a lot of these people have worked in classrooms with kids. I've worked in classrooms with kids. These are really well thought out. You might not agree with them. You might think they're crazy, but they're not without a whole lot of thought. And I know a lot of people here are not getting enough sleep who have been working on these. And I think it's really disrespectful to assume that they have done less than their best.
Call the question.
May I please be heard, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, back to the decision, or the people that presented this, we'll talk about some facts. There are 1,379 students in those 3 schools today, based on the 18-19 45-day count. If you take out the pre-K and kindergarten, which is the theory that you'll take those out, you'll end up, all things else being equal, you'll end up with 1,032 students. So, 1,000 student campus on the northern end of North Charleston, when you already have 1,032 kids there today. I think we've got to look at that a little bit. If you're the district that keeps telling us where the growth patterns are, West Ashley and in the north area, that's a little troublesome. I would like, so clearly this won't work unless you open up the early childhood center the same day you open up the school, or you can't house them. But are there other elementary schools in South Carolina or in CCSD besides Jenny Moore that have a population of more than 200 kids per grade?
I'm sure there are, absolutely.
Pickney and Laurel Health. So I also think we've got some zoning issues to address. Pepper Hill zone goes south of Hunley Park and south of Ladson, if you know, when we're talking about the facts. So I think the idea has value, particularly in that corridor, because kids are going back and forth across those roads. But I think this could go really wrong if it's not done really, really well. And we're 6 years out from doing it, so I fear what really, really well looks like. That's just my concerns. I don't have an alternative motion. I just have those concerns.
Okay.
All right.
The question's been called. Question.
We got to vote on the question once it's called, to override it.
He didn't get a chance to
I didn't get a
speak.
chance for my question.
Go ahead.
One of the things I think we need to be concerned of, one, you're talking about Title I schools. And then in the law that governs Title I schools, you're supposed to have a meeting where those parents can come out and voice their opinion in a reasonable hour, whether it's a Saturday, whether it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, I thank these parents here today that took off during the holiday to come out and you're concerned about education. But there's a lot of other parents that you're talking about reflected in these schools that are not even involved in this process. The other thing about it is you're talking about making decisions where the constituent board needs to be brought into it also, because they deal with the attendance lines. And then we keep trying to bully the constituent board, and we haven't even brought them to the table to even talk about this. So those are a couple of things that come to mind in dealing with this. So that's just my little 2 cents.
Thank you. You can now vote. Okay, and
Can you scroll up, Julie?
it's 6 yeas. Okay, it passes. That motion passes.
All right, Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Yes.
I move to designate acceleration schools as those identified for state comprehensive support and improvement, state priority schools, schools with both overall unsatisfactory and student achievement ratings, and pre-K through 12 feeder patterns of schools with low performance 15 CCSD schools and direct administration to bring for approval in December state board policy waivers essential to provide leaders of these schools greater autonomy.
Second.
Second.
So you second?
Yes, any conversation?
Yes. Let's want to go first.
You?
So I really, I don't think there's, today, I don't think there's a way for me to be able to approve or vote yes on this, but I do just want my thoughts to be heard as you move forward. This didn't work the last time you put these schools were put into a particular zone with an added layer of leadership. It was a cosmic failure operationally, and it was absolutely ineffective educationally. So I don't know why doing it today, and instead of calling it innovation zone, you're going to call it the acceleration zone. I don't see how it works when my only history shows that this doesn't work. My fear is that we're having these added layers of leadership into schools that already have differentiated current partnerships to consider later on in the agenda for further partnerships, and it just seems to me that it's creating a patchwork of initiatives and partnerships and waivers and leadership layers that's so convoluted that no one's ever going to be able to know if it worked, why it worked, and no one's ever going to be held accountable if it doesn't. We'll never be able to untangle that. We've said for years that these schools need 1.2 years of growth in certain students, and we've had multiple leaders from the district come to us and tell us what they're doing individually in those schools. I mean, I just did a graph, and it's like I'm trying so hard to be respectful, but it looks like a Whopper, Burger King Whopper initiative. We're going to have this patchwork of it just seems way more complicated than it needs to be. If we think schools need certain partnerships, then we have that discussion. But creating the zone to then create a leadership that says some schools in the zone are done by this partnership or some are not, or some have this waiver and some don't. I don't think it has to be that complicated, and I really hesitate with this proposal. Thank you.
Reverend let's go with Mr.
Kevin first.
Mr. Hollingshead, I don't want to leave you out.
I would agree with Cindy. I don't agree with this attempt. I heard from individuals who were in the district in the past future that they tried this and it failed miserably, as Cindy indicated. I heard about this in other states where it failed. The district's responsibility to its constituents is to educate them, not to pan them off to someone else, and then when that fails, you point the finger at them. To give you an example, at Shakur, there's about 81% African American, 2.1% Asian, 14 whites. But the crux of the matter is, at Shakur, you got 33% teachers with 3 to 10 years experience, 30.6 with 11 to 20. Now, I can remember 2 years ago when we started talking about Shakur, you moved the principal out of there. You put in, I think, 3 principals in lieu of trying to put a handle on the test scores. When the first principal had, I think, high math scores, either high reading scores, and was still working on the math scores. And then you put in 3 principals and that plummeted. The only way that we're going to be able to deal with failing schools within the area is to be able to show the children the love and care. If you can't find principals and teachers that want to be in that particular area and want to be able to invest in those children, then you're going to keep yielding a negative result. The patch jobs that we're trying to do today, you're going to find down the road, some of us will be here and some of us won't. But then you're going to have some constituents out here that will say, remember I told you that wasn't going to work. I think the district needs to invest more time in fixing those schools instead of farming it out to someone else.
Thank you. Reverend Collins?
Yeah, Dr. Postaway, these plans are rough and radical. In fact, all we've done so far today has radicalized poor, minority, and black schools. Combining them, merging them, or handing them off to private partnerships. Well, it sends a loud, clear message that this administration is not interested in educating black children. This has to stop. You want to take Mary Ford kids and send them to Shakur, the second lowest performing school in the state, then hand it off to a private company. The teachers serve there with no employment rights, be at-will workers. They can be fired on the spot. They'll be displaced, chaos in the community. This affects a lot of teachers, a lot of families, a lot of schools, because these schools will hire who they want to hire. They don't have to hire our teachers, neither use our principals. So though you may give them a job somewhere, they're not going to be happy. It's being stuck somewhere. But most of all, the kids are going to suffer. Why seek to privatize nearly 10 of our schools that already need support, need our attention? We have money, and we hire big wigs, $100,000 to $200,000 employment contract. We have money in the budget to put 2 teachers in these classrooms. We can do better. But there's no reason for anybody to take our schools and run them privately and put teachers at risk, and we're not doing our job ourselves. We can do better, and I expect more of you. When you came to the district, someone boasted on you that you were a rock star, that you were a superstar of a superintendent. I expect you to educate our kids and treat them all the same. Don't just have the meetings and our kids will be displaced and segregated and set aside and privatized while other schools go on. Others get delayed, others get the deferred decision, but yet our kids get the brunt of all the decisions. It's not fair.
Thank you. Kate.
Reverend Collins, Kevin, this motion isn't doing anything about privatizing.
It is.
No, listen,
No, it's
let me
not.
finish. This does not, it's designating our current schools as acceleration schools so that we can bring forward for approval a state board policy waiver. So for example, we might decide that at those schools, we want them to be in class until 5 o'clock or to start school 2 weeks early. And that is what this particular motion doesn't have anything to do with privatizing. It's identifying our schools that have the most need, probably with the most poverty, so that we can identify them and put in things like opening earlier in the year, staying open late, as 2 examples. And Reverend Collins, I would say that the superintendent and her staff is super focused on all of our kids, but predominantly on our kids that need it the most.
Ms. Darby, if you look on the last page, you have 5 options. One option is to reconstitute the schools, putting teachers and staff on notice, or a significant portion of the positions will be declared vacant. That's one option.
That's not on this agenda item. It's not.
It's the same package, it is.
It's your board policy that I attached to the item.
But this is what you're asking us, this is what you're asking for,
Right, but
though.
this-
To
No,
have
sir,
an
it
option to close schools, or combine schools, to privatize schools, or to however you want to put it, partnership,
Can
private
we-
partnership, is what we're voting for.
Can we just stay
Call the
on?
question.
Yes.
Yeah,
But then we can call the question, but this shouldn't be considered today. This is what we're really looking at. This is a lot of schools, a lot of families, and these families do not know what we're talking about today. They had no one been to the school to meet these families and explain what we're doing.
I called the question.
But I have a very specific question that is important, because I think that what we do up here is we tend to say things that aren't happening here. Yes, there's going to be an item in the next one that I have some concerns with about partnerships, but this is about combining these schools under an employee of CCSD. Can CCSD, without a public-private partnership, get those waivers?
Yes.
The district, we don't have to enter into a public-private partnership with an external entity in order to request waivers from the State Department of Education.
That is correct. And the differentiating factor between, one of the differentiating factors between what the district tried to implement before I came here and this recommendation is that now the district can ask for waivers for these schools that we were not eligible to ask for prior to June 30.
Are you saying that we have to create them into a separate acceleration zone in order to request those?
This doesn't
Just to
say
be clear.
anything, this says nothing about a zone. It's just designating them acceleration schools. This does not ask for any zone.
It asks for a centralized leader over just these schools. So it does connotate an area manager concept.
It says an experienced leader will be designated to oversee the schools.
Right. Do we have to designate these schools separately in order to apply for those waivers?
Yes, no, you wouldn't. You could ask for the waivers for every school in the district, but that would be more than we could manage. We couldn't manage these kinds of waivers at 80-some schools.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but I thought it was clear. Thank you to have that clear.
Ms. Jeffrey, if I may,
Yes.
Reverend Collins, you quoted from your board's policy, which you hold me accountable for implementing.
Yes.
It's already in the board policy, it's not.
Mr. Hollington.
I just find it so funny. Last year, we took a travel trip to Atlanta, Georgia. I think Carol Temple was out here, and a few others traveled to Atlanta with us. I see you, Carol and Jesse. And in Atlanta Public Schools, we went and visited 3 schools that asked for waivers of the state in order to educate their kids, and they were able to move their schools forward. Now here you're asking the same thing, but when we came back and brought that information back, everybody kind of laughed at it and said that was crazy, but now you're asking the state for waivers also. They did it in Atlanta, and they ran their own schools and asked for waivers. Why we can't do the same?
This is a request to designate 15 schools that we would ask the state for waivers for from some of the state policies that keep innovation from occurring in these schools by our leaders or by anybody else. So these schools would not, I'm not suggesting that acceleration schools are partnership schools. Right now, you have one partnership school, it's Meeting Street.
Yes.
If you go back to the slides that I showed, when you look at the number of students eligible in grades 2 through 5 who are scoring at the 75th percentile and above, the one that had 48 students is Meeting Street. The rest had far fewer.
It's so fun.
All right, I called the question.
Yeah.
So,
That's fine, Kate.
oh, you've got 2 more
Go ahead,
things
Kate.
to
I'm
talk
fine.
about. Okay.
And the motion passes.
I move to direct the administration to proceed with vetting 5 round 1 solicitation for interest proposals and open round 2 solicitation for interest through December 10th.
Second,
Can you repeat the
Comments?
motion? Repeat the motion, please.
right here.
The written motion.
Motion to direct the administration to proceed with vetting 5 round 1 solicitation for interest proposals and open round 2 solicitation for
I
interest
see,
through
I
December
see.
10th.
And so these are the partnerships that you interested in hiring right off the
There'll be a
bat.
vetting committee appointed.
Can the
understand that.
superintendent take 2 minutes and just
Yes, please.
explain this so we don't argue about stuff that isn't accurate?
Right, back in August, the board approved for us to issue a solicitation for interest to see if there are any schools that are interested in entering into a contract with this board that is a mutually binding contract. This board stays in charge of those schools. It is not a privatization of schools. This board is the governing authority over those schools unless you, as a majority, vote to set up some other arrangement. As a result of that first solicitation of interest, we had 9 different entities respond. 4 of those entities clearly did not meet the criteria of having a proven track record of turning around low-performing schools and producing outsized results. So we removed from the 9 those 4. They may be able to develop some, we think, some potentially powerful partnerships with their schools, some collaboration, but they wouldn't be formal partnerships that we would normally bring to the board under this sort of recommendation. The remaining 5 need to be vetted. So we're suggesting that you vote to set up a process for that with a vetting committee as described here. Whether or not you want to move forward is that after they're vetted is up to the board. That's another vote that you would need to take. And the applications from the 5 that are being recommended to be looked at, considered, are in your packet.
If we,
So can we move forward on this? This is not making any decisions today, but it's just starting the
I still got a
process.
question.
Okay.
So, I know your goal is to get the kids educated, one way or another through a private partnership.
It's not a private partnership.
Would you please,
Not-
Mr.
Don't say
Jeffrey?
private, though. It's
But
not,
well, to me, that's what it is. That's what I'm gonna say.
but it's not,
It's not
it's not
private.
accurate.
Enough nonsense. Dr. Postaway. Me about forget what I was getting ready to say. But so the waivers, if it wasn't like we call a self-governance school or like a charter school that has its own autonomy, its own governance, that's what we're doing. So shaking your head, that's what we're doing. You wouldn't need the state waivers if they weren't self-governing. Like it would be just like Lambs or Bust or Shakur or Academic Magnet. They'll be fully subject to CCSD by policy and board regulation. But so when we get the waivers, normally the waivers are first to waive the teachers' rights, employment rights.
No, sir.
No. Hold on.
Here.
Well, that's what the waivers do. No, wait a minute. Hold on. With the waivers, the school has greater autonomy to hire and fire teachers as it desires. That's what we approve. You guys say no, that's what we do.
Not what we approved. We've never approved that.
No, the waivers do this. This is what the waivers does. No, the waivers do this. We've done it before. I'm not making this up. The waivers, they have to yield their rights when they go into that school. Their right. I mean the teachers that are working in those schools.
Can we vote on this?
Yeah. We are going to vote. So
rather than just discussing it, if we got questions, please ask.
So my question
we
is
don't
this.
need to hear everybody's opinion ad nauseum.
All right, so my question is this. If you don't get waivers, can you still use partnerships to help to support our schools? And then we still run the schools fully, but they simply come in and assist or add to what we're doing.
You can, I believe the board could form a partnership with a school, and that partnership could help operate a school under precisely the regulations you have today, which keeps you from doing some of the things we know that would be in children's best interest. You wouldn't be allowed to start school earlier. You wouldn't be allowed to extend the days. You wouldn't be allowed to change some of the course sequences. You wouldn't be allowed to use an attorney to teach a civics class because those waivers allow you certain kinds of privileges. But you control the waivers that you ask for. If you don't want a waiver on the teacher contract law, don't ask for a waiver for that. There are many different kinds of waivers you can get from a variety of state regulations. It is to allow innovation because all of the different approaches that well-intentioned board members, leaders, teachers, community members have tried haven't made the impact for children that we want to make. So our argument is simply this. If there's an approach, an entity, a collaboration that can prove that it can serve our children better than we are currently serving them, why wouldn't we let some people check that out to see if it's something that you might want to try in your community? That's all we're asking for. You've not given away any governance right.
When will we see what they're actually offering us exactly?
January 2020, according to the motion.
January 20th? When we'll actually see what they're proposing?
In your packet today, you have a copy of everything that they're proposing. We're suggesting that a committee look through those packets, make sure it meets the minimum board requirements, and in some instances, send a small group of parents, board representatives, and educators from that community to take a look at the school wherever they're located if they have one. It's up to you. It's just a request to look to see if somebody somewhere has found a solution that we've not yet been able to develop.
Eric.
And you can vote now. Oh, I'm sorry.
So have you clearly defined what the acceleration school will be?
The request that you just voted on a moment ago was to ask us to bring back the waivers that we would like permission to seek from the state board. And then inside those waivers, those who are at the school level who are thinking about the innovative approaches they might take would develop the proposals that would then come to you. So that would be a grassroots effort.
Has everyone voted?
Not yet.
Reverend Collins, you're the...
I just did.
Okay. motion passes, requesting program
Got a motion, Madam Chair. I move to authorize the administration to request entities that have asked to develop significant partnerships with schools submit program implementation plans, including any policy waiver request for the board's consideration by January 3rd, 2020.
You get that?
And this is a time for board members to ask questions as opposed to make commentary.
Ms. Jeffrey, and just to be clear, this would be what Engaging Creative Minds and Sanders Clyde chooses to do together, and we pointed out in your board materials that collaboration last year produced the greatest growth at Sanders Clyde of any school in this district. The innovative partnership, the teacher residency lab school that the College of Charleston is proposing, that could very well be at a North Charleston Elementary School site. And the third idea that's on the table is the University of Virginia collaboration between the Darden School of Business and the Curry School of Education for leadership training that teaches our leaders how to be better turnaround leaders.
Okay, are there any questions as opposed to comments?
I have one question.
Yes.
I want to make sure that what we think this means is what it means, but when I'm looking at a program implementation plan, that doesn't mean necessarily to me that you're asking them to provide a budget, including the fees they want us to pay. Are we asking that when they bring this back, we'll know how much money they want CCSD to pay and how they intend to spend it?
Right, and we tried to put an outline there, so if you had time, that was the overall description of the plan, the leadership, the talent management, professional learning, the instructional frameworks, the fiscal resources that would be provided, and the metrics that they would propose that we would use to judge whether or not the program's successful. It's a much tighter structure around these kinds of partnerships than we've had in the past. So yes, I said a whole lot more than I needed.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't voted. Okay. Any other questions, or are you ready to vote?
Excuse me.
Okay, can I send that? They were doing this stuff. Oh, wait here. Oh, my board. Oh, there.
There it goes.
Hey, he got one. Oh, okay.
And the motion passes, and we're moving on to revamping the gifted program.
I move, go ahead, go Tom.
I move to approve the revamping of the gifted program, ensuring that 5% of students at each school, grades 3 to 8, receive services designed to advance academic achievement.
Second.
I have a question. I'm sorry, but this is our opportunity. This is the only time the six of us have had a chance to gather to talk. I just am a little concerned about I would prefer to see what services you're offering now to gifted and talented, and a motion that says you'll offer those services to 5% in every school. My fear here is that we're just telling you to create an academic achievement service. I want it to be consistent. I want the SAIL program in one school to be identical to the top 5% in another school. And is that going to happen if we vote yes?
That's not exactly what we're proposing, and here's why. Thank you for the question. If you're in a school where 20-some% of the children are scoring well above grade level, 2 or 3 grade levels above grade level, and they're in the gifted program, the sales services that they're receiving may not need to be as intensive as the sales services in another school, because likely they're getting delivered in their regular classroom instruction the grade level standards. because there are a lot of children who need those grade level standards. If you're in a school where only 2% of the children in your class are above grade level standard, chances are you're not going to get exposed to enough challenging content. So your SAIL program might be more intensive. You may need more hours a week so that you can get exposed to the core content that is at your appropriate level of challenge. And so we are actually, the last line there, we quote a state regulation that allows us to develop our local policies and criteria in order to serve students who may be the only student or so in their school that, or in their class that qualifies. So that we're actually asking permission to keep with the same theme but differentiate the amount of time or the particular intensity of the support.
So, and I think this is a good goal and a good idea. I would say that the communication piece needs to be extremely tight with this and with some of the other ones, because we don't know what you're doing in a certain SAIL, so we don't know if you're giving what we believe should be a quality program in the next school. We need to know what's being offered so that we can answer our constituents.
Point taken, Mrs. Coates. When we understand where a majority of board members stand, we'll be able to communicate a lot more clearly. So your point is well taken.
Thank you. Thank you,
Are we
Madam
ready
Chair.
to vote?
Mr. Hollins.
The motion passes.
All right, I've got a motion.
Yep.
I move to direct the administration to determine funding needed to provide students in all middle schools of at least 600 students equitable honors courses in the 4 core academic areas: English, math, social studies, and science.
Second.
Oh, God.
Priscilla.
I have a question.
There's a question here, yes.
550 students? 495, what's the magic about 600, and why wouldn't we reach lower than that if we haven't got a student population?
The answer to that question is the number of middle school students that were determined to be optimal in terms of our ability to get the core contingent of coursework and supports to them when the staff did a study for the Audit and Finance Committee was 600.
And does this leave out?
Every single elementary school but 3.
middle.
I mean, every single middle school but 3, including Hot Gap, because the proposal coming forward is to lower it.
So I think our hope is that it won't leave out anyone, but it does mean that we have to rely on our own virtual services that we've developed, our virtual program, to get to students, or to be able to move some students back and forth between the middle school campus and the high school campus. So we have the virtual delivery available at Baptist Hill High School and St. John's High School. It means we need to get some 8th graders over there to be able to access those programs. What we're trying to do is to make sure that we don't, that we provide the staffing ratio in the per pupil allocation formula for schools this size. We're struggling. For example, if you have a Montessori school with 51 7th and 8th graders, it makes it virtually impossible to get these services to them.
Sure.
And that's why that's combined with another recommendation. But it's our hope not to leave anyone out because, one, it's not fair to students, and 2, it disadvantages the students when grade point averages are taken into effect because honors courses bear a greater weighting.
Right.
So
that answer is, I think what I'm hearing is, this is where it makes the most sense to embed it in a school with a population of this size, but
Exactly
the
right.
district's going to do what they can to reach these other schools differently.
Yes, we had an instance this year where a student needed geometry in the 8th grade in a large middle school, couldn't get the course to the student. The student's parents put her in private school so she wouldn't miss the class, and then we for a little bit, talked about an approach that wouldn't allow her to come back into our public schools in the way she wished next year. So it's our attempt not to leave anybody out, but it's getting the process started of designating what the expectation is consistently. And just in case the board doesn't know, the way your current funding formula works, schools are allocated a number of positions, and principals have the authority to use those positions however they want. So this requires those positions to be used to make sure these courses are available.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I really appreciate the effort. But what you're proposing here, I'm looking at the student population of every middle school you gave us. I mean, it was pretty easy to go to a piece of paper and find out. And we have 1,100 students in a middle school that's getting only one of those 4 core classes. And we have another middle school that has 217 kids in the middle school and is getting all of those core classes. So there's an extreme inconsistency.
That's right.
In the district.
Right. That's right.
That's why
But it's not based on the 600 number. And I'll be glad to give this to you. I'm sure you guys have seen this, but there's not a rhyme or reason attached to a number of students that gets this in here as you are executing your funding formulas now. So I guess I would say I would rather you have to justify to me why a middle school doesn't have those 4 regardless of population size. Now, one of your reasons when you come back could be that. But I feel that we are, I don't want to get into a situation where anybody, the community, the students, the teachers, you or the board think that because there is only 439 students at Deer Park Middle School that there shouldn't be a justification for why you don't offer those courses in that school. So I struggle with Chris. There seems to be this thing that says, we'll tell you why we can at this number. I'd prefer it to be, you tell me why you're not, and let us determine if that's a good enough reason. And I would say that bears out because your 600 student schools aren't offering that, and your schools smaller are offering it. Currently, you're not meeting this standard.
Yeah, that's our schools are giving principals the autonomy to determine how they want to use the positions that are funded to them. And so this tells us if it's a matter of lack of funding, get the funding in place. If it isn't funding, get the programs in place. We think we can get the programs in place everywhere. If it's a problem with our funding formula, make sure that we're funding at 600 and up to deliver these programs without diminishing some other program. In some cases, the points are being used for psychology, to teach psychology, or for additional arts, or for photography, those kinds of things. So
that's what I was going to add. What happens is when you see schools where it looks like they have a smaller number and they're offering the courses and large schools aren't, those smaller schools aren't offering a lot of those exploratory or arts classes that we referenced some months ago. We talked about, optimal size for providing the arts. So it's like principals are trying to make the best decisions that they can, and we want to go in and reevaluate where all of our schools are. And if they need additional funding to provide some of these courses that were recommended today, we will bring that back to you. But we are going to go in and evaluate our schools and see where they are and say, hey, these are this is what the expectation is. But if they need some additional funding on top of that because they're taking away from an arts class to provide some of those core academic honors classes, then we'll come back to you with that. Does that?
It helps as long as you, because I know this is your world. We need to know what schools are not offering it in August of 2020, and we need you to tell us why in a public board meeting.
Yeah, I mean, they should be offering it in 2020. There's not, yes.
Absolutely.
So that was going to be my comment as well, to echo. The question is not so much. I'm not on the 600 number. That's just out the window for me. I'm just be perfectly honest. So my question comes back to say, how can we get this done? Because it should be offered in every middle school and just not based on a number 600. Because again, then you're leaving some out. That's right. And they're falling through the cracks. So I would like to see a plan of how we offer all of these core courses inside of the middle school. Yeah. Whether you have 800 or you have 495. Yeah. We should be offering it, period. So that's the work. go back to let us know how we make it happen.
We'll come back after we evaluate and see where we are, because a lot of it will be that, like I said, principals are given a pool of points at the middle school level to decide, what's best for children. And that's a difficult thing to do sometimes. So you have these decisions to make, and you have a certain amount of points. So I can almost tell you with 100% certainty, but that's what's happening in schools, is that they're deciding between arts and offering some of these other courses like the geometry that Dr. Postway mentioned earlier, because it requires a high school certified teacher to teach geometry. So that there are all these different pieces that go into courses that a middle school can offer, and probably the biggest thing is that you get a pool of points, you have to make the best decisions that you can for scholars.
So let me give an example. Let me use
Wait a minute, I have something else.
D9 for an example. You have Hot Gap that's about a half a mile down the road from St. John's that actually offers geometry. Is there not an opportunity for the two schools to pair together to allow those kids to go from there to go to St. John's? You don't have to look for a high school teacher. You have 1.5 miles down the road, but yet you're able to offer middle school geometry at the high school.
Yeah, that is an opportunity. We actually have that happening in some of our middle schools right now.
Yeah. So there are ways of making this happen without having to add another point, per se.
Yes.
And what
I don't want to take off the table that we may need some points.
We understand that.
You sound like a true executive director.
And we understand that, but we don't want to create a perception that there's no accountability on the part of this district to deliver services in a school that has a 439 student body attendance zone. That's not their fault. And that's the definition of your zip code determines your education. We don't want that perception.
And I have one more request, is if we add this into smaller schools, what are they then not going to offer? Because
do we
I'm a
have to put an
proponent of the
overlay on
arts.
top of it? Right. Or we may have to put an overlay of funding on it.
And so that we can actually have a realistic picture of what we're trading for what.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
So Dr. Postman, will these courses in smaller populations, or any of them will be online available if you don't have enough students? Let's say you only have 5 students that actually qualify in the school. If you can't afford to teach it, would it be online, or how would it work?
Some of them, the Baptist Hill and St. John's, definitely, because that's our local system. Sometimes it can't be arranged because of scheduling reasons, but the answer is yes, but not in every instance.
But geometry can't be online, though, right?
Geometry can be online, but I can't promise you that we can get the course to 100% of the students who want it because of scheduling issues.
So it's not a money issue?
Some of them. Online is not a money issue.
But getting the teacher in the classroom is a money issue?
Getting the teacher in the classroom is a combination of 2 factors. First, we have a teacher shortage, particularly in the science, technology, mathematics areas, and the fact that we are limited in funds, and in 3 years with Act 388, this district is going to hit a funding ceiling where you will not be able to add anything unless something changes.
Okay. And I can let you know, Mr. Collins, that if you want an example, at Deer Park, for instance, we've been having trouble finding a high school certified teacher to teach Alpha 1. So right now, we do have a partnership with a teacher from Stall where she's teaching a virtual class to scholars at Deer Park. So they're not left out when it comes to Alpha 1. So that gives you an example of the support we give to the same.
All right, sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, we
need to vote. And the motion passes, and let's move on to advanced academic program at West Ashley High School.
I'll make a motion. In partnership with the College of Charleston, establish an advanced academic program at West Ashley High School for students in D10 and D20.
I second that. Yes.
My question, I think, goes to one of the comments that were made and some emails as to, is there a reason it couldn't be at Burke?
The reason right now is that the student population at Burke is about 351 students total across 4 grade levels, and there aren't enough students, as you noticed in in the materials, there are only 22 students who took AP courses, so it's not enough students to make the program work. But if we could get the program going at West Ashley High School, there's no reason in the future why some of those courses couldn't be brought back to Burke High School.
And you don't think that if it was offered at Burke, that would be a mechanism to improve the enrollment at Burke?
I think that is a strategy that this district tried. When I arrived here, Burke was an advanced placement magnet, partial magnet, and it didn't attract the students. And so what happened over time was that of those 22 students who were enrolled at Burke, none of them passed the AP test. So there's some buildup that's going to have to happen. The College of Charleston would be happy to provide the program at Burke if we can build up the number of students who'd be willing to enroll in it.
And what, is there a magical number?
We didn't talk about a number. We just know that the number we currently have isn't enough. But we could, if you wanted that built into the details of the proposal when we bring it back. Trevor could note that, and that's something we could make definite so that folks understand what that looks like.
Thank you. May I ask?
Yes, ma'am.
So, the same questions that Joyce had, because Burke has 351 students and their attendance zone is 471. We can talk about what the future growth and expectations are. These numbers are coming from your data that you give the board. West Ashley High School has 674 students with an attendance zone of 2,154, and we are consistently being told that is a rapidly growing population area. So I'm wondering, it seems to me like you might not have room to put in a full program if you start talking about the fact that West Ashley is growing. Mm-hmm. You've got one high school in West Ashley, and it's a little less than 400 kids under the attendance zone now. And the fact that we have, and I think this is the question everybody has, we have an opportunity to create the program at Burke and have it used with the College of Charleston. I think what's happening at West Ashley, the numbers you gave us, is phenomenal. But I don't know how centralizing those services is our goal. I thought duplicating and having those services throughout the district. So I really struggle with why we couldn't, start with what you've got and use your partnership with CFC and maybe offer, maybe Burke becomes the first school that has every single senior in one AP class, as opposed to seniors taking various AP classes. But I just struggle with the fact that you have a very flourishing program at West Ashley High School, which is fantastic, but I thought that our goal was so that all the areas of our district could have that. And I think this is an opportunity to create that. And just so you know, Burke is still listed on our website as an AP Magnet Academy. It still is. Right, it's just, certainly you've got to acknowledge that looks odd, that we have an AP Academy at Burke and we have a partnership that we want to take somewhere else. I understand numbers. No, wait a minute, let me back up. I don't understand the numbers. I get that. But this just doesn't seem like the best way to get started here.
Mr. Hollenshed.
One of the problems I think I see, and thank you, Joyce, earlier for your comments. You took the words out of my mouth. One of the problems I see with schools like Burke and schools definitely within Charleston County is they're not allowed to market their own program. As I learned from some of the Burke family, there's a lot of attractive courses that other parents, when I was sitting in seminars with them, they didn't even realize those programs exist at Burke. If you don't allow Burke or schools like North Charleston to market their programs, you can't attract parents to come to that particular school. If what I'm seeing is the district controls the marketing for the school, then it seems like what everybody's seeing is that the district only cherry picks or markets the schools that they want to be revealed. So again, we need to look at trying to let schools like Burke market their program. The early college program was originally supposed to be at Burke, and then we're at, Trident Tech right now. That was a program that could have been housed at Burke also.
So if, Ms. Jeffrey, may I respond?
Yes.
I don't I don't know anything about a school not being able to market itself. If you would talk to me about that after the meeting, I would appreciate it because I don't know about that. An early college high school has to be on a college campus. So the plan was not originally to put it at Burke. It was always to be on a college campus. And when we talked with Dr. Thornley in the past 6 weeks, I think, about the location of that program, she's in agreement that if it's not on a college campus, it won't be nearly so successful.
Well, I thought we were growing out of it there
show
anyway, and we're gonna have to move it, but it could have been partnered with the college of
Why don't we talk
Charleston.
about the proposal on the table now?
Okay, no problem, Cindy.
Reverend Collins? Oh, sorry.
Joyce?
So Cindy hit some good points, and so did Ms. Green, about this program at Burke. So I'm thinking if you make a more robust program at Burke, and then the families that are not there may start coming back to Burke, because they want advanced placement courses, they want college credit. If we put them in the school, you say you only have 20-something kids now that qualify?
Take them.
Yeah, okay, but more than that would actually qualify though, right? For advanced courses at Burke?
22.
I'm not aware of that.
So how many kids at Burke actually qualified for advanced placement courses?
Anyone who wants to enroll in an advanced placement course can.
Okay,
But
so-
if, in order to take college credit courses, you have to be passing advanced placement courses.
Okay, I understand. So wouldn't it be cheaper to put some of the courses at Burke as opposed to busing kids to West Ashley every day? When you think about the cost of transportation and the inconvenience of the student, that's an ongoing cost daily, as if you put a teacher or two in the school, you have a fixed cost and it's done with.
So we would have to build up the eligibility of the students at Burke to get into the college courses that are being offered. We don't have that capacity right now. The students who are taking the courses at Burke aren't passing the advanced placement courses. We want to build to that, but that offer is not on the table for today.
What percentage are passing that are taking it? What percentage are passing?
Sir?
None last year.
What percentage? So none of the kids taking advanced, because the Burke are passing, not one? Is there potential to pass? It's only a first quarter, I know. But second quarter now.
They can be arranged as a year-long course or a semester course. Our schools handle them differently. Many schools do advanced placement year-long because the advanced placement test is given by the College Board and it's in the spring.
Yeah, maybe looking at that, why everyone's failing might be a reason for that.
We have looked into a lot of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this moment, can we please take a break for?
Can we vote on this?
Oh, let's vote on this and then please take.
Second.
But going forward, let's keep that on
Yes, ma'am.
the burner.
Yes, ma'am,
As we get the program going and as we see opportunities.
Yes.
Because as Cindy said, it would be, something that we should look into as we move forward.
It absolutely is. I mean, Burke is so much more convenient if we could get that going. The College of Charleston would eventually like to have a whole group of seniors together, and Burke makes the great co-locator place if we
Or we
can get
could-
it going.
Along the lines of D10, you could create a ninth grade academy downtown for Mount Pleasant, and then downtown in D2 could continue up 10th, 11th, and 12th in Mount Pleasant together as a way to help students downtown and also to add diversity in what's going forward in Mount Pleasant.
So I think that, I know we're getting ready to vote, but I think that if the board says this isn't the way to go, we're still telling you to come back with ideas, but I just don't think this is where I want you pursuing your energy when it comes to Burke.
Okay. Can you vote, please, on this? Yes. You're waiting for two? This passes, and could we all please be back by 3:30?
Quick break. It's 3:22 now.
Okay, call to order. Okay. Hot Gap Middle School reconfiguration, grades 6 through 8.
Whoa, what are we on?
Am I wrong?
I move to return the fifth grade students at Halt Gap to their zone school so that Halt Gap serves grades 6 through 8.
Second.
Any discussion, or are you ready to vote?
Well, I am concerned that with all of the conversations about the need to justify or not justify magnets, the fact that we've got all of this conversation going on, and we're still saying that we're going to create a one-off school where Hot Gap will be a magnet school for only District 9 students, without any understanding of what the attendance zone population for this school will be, or what the...
Dr. Williams is
It's
shaking his
signaling,
head.
yeah,
I think that's gonna be covered when we get to the partial magnet section.
Yeah, the partial magnet has.
I'm reading from this, in your discussion for what we approve now, it says additionally, Hot Gap will become a constituent magnet, continuing to provide an advanced study program open to all eligible D9 students. Embedded in the vote to take away the fifth grade, y'all put that language. That's worrisome for a public that would read it.
Why is that worrisome?
For the things I was saying, I just don't know that we need to be creating another one-off type of magnet school. If Hot Gap needs to serve D9, let Hot Gap serve D9. There are only 71 students living outside of Johns Island attending Hot Gap today.
So can I ask you a question? So your issue is that it's going to serve D9 and D3, or you just want it to serve D9? The recommendation.
I got my numbers wrong. It's
Okay.
D9.
Okay.
But it's the only middle school in D9, right?
I was just want to wait till you
Right.
finish, but.
Yes,
So
sorry.
I'm reading the next part. Why would we one-off serve it for D3 students?
Because D3 doesn't have a constituent magnet other than the Montessori school, and based on the live and attend numbers in those areas, it will help us to keep Hot Gap at least 500 to have that opportunity for it to be for D9 and D3. And we have other places where we have constituent magnets for D2 and D1, or, there's a couple of other areas where we're doing that.
I know, and I understand what you're saying, but there's only 71 students that live outside of Johns Island attending what is, if I'm correct, Reverend Mack, a partial magnet school available for all students. And we're saying that these magnet schools are something that have become unwieldy. Why don't we just make Hot Gap the middle school for that community?
Because we don't want it to be 420 kids, we want it to be at least 500. One reason, because our optimal size for middle schools.
Yeah, we go back to saying the number makes the decision.
So how many fifth graders do we have at Hot Gap right now? Does it?
Jeff, how many fifth graders do we have at Hot Gap?
Well, if you remove the fifth grade, all things being equal, it'd go to 495 tomorrow.
And there's a lot of building going on.
You have those numbers there?
42.
42.
42 fifth graders?
And we don't have, the reason we're taking the fifth graders out is that we don't have that's not the model that we want to have. We're trying to have more consistency.
I
Okay, you're good with that, okay.
Yeah, I understand.
I just don't like the thought of saying, we're creating another magnet issue that's not based in any kind of system. We say the system is what is creating the problems, but we're creating all these different ways. Okay, well, this one will be a magnet just for them, or this will be that. And I feel like that's literally what the next motion is going to ask us to decide. It just doesn't seem like we shouldn't make Hot Gap be the middle school for the community.
Should not be the middle school?
I think it should be. I don't know why it should continue to be a constituent magnet school for only one other constituent area.
Well, it will be serving D9 and D3.
Precisely.
Yes.
Because D3 doesn't have another.
Right.
It doesn't have a constituent magnet. So, and they've had a lot of middle schoolers going to Hot Gap for a while.
How many students are there now?
According to the 1920 live-in report, only 71 students at Hot Gap don't live on Johns Island.
I mean, how many students are there total?
Close to 400, almost 500.
Okay, so this is accurate then, okay.
Any other questions? Ready to vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
The what? The basket. Can you press the basket? Okay.
And that passed. We are now on to M, District 10 Middle School merger.
I move to direct the administration to locate all constituent District 10 sixth graders on the West Ashley Middle School campus and create a 7th and 8th grade middle school on the C.E. Williams campus effective for the 2020-21 school year. This action supports the D10 constituent board's request.
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I thought we had a lot of complaints.
We need a second.
I thought we had a lot of complaints on that.
Did we get a second? No. Hold on, Reverend.
Do you have a question?
Wait, do we have a second?
We don't have a second. The motion is not
Todd
seconded.
seconded.
I'll second it, we just need to get it on.
Thank you. All right.
You have a question?
Yes, well, I receive a lot of emails concerning this merger. I don't understand quite what are we trying to accomplish without Postway with the merger?
Dr. Williams, do you want to address it, or would you like me to?
Okay, yes, as it was mentioned, this was a recommendation from the District 10 Constituent Board. One of the things that they have grappled with is the fact that they've tried for years to equitably zone West Ashley. And with that being said, there are a lot of different pieces to West Ashley. For example, if you look at C.E. Williams, where C.E. Williams sits, you have the neighborhood of Ponderosa that sits right next to C.E. Williams. So right now, those scholars are being transported past C.E. Williams and going to West Ashley Middle School, and the same thing for the other side of West Ashley. So they've struggled with that, like I said earlier. So this was their recommendation to, number one, make sure there's more equitable zoning for West Ashley. Number two, it would be really beneficial to have all the sixth graders together so they can provide those equitable courses we spoke about earlier when we spoke about optimal school size, but also for the 7th and 8th graders being on that West Ashley campus and having access to West Ashley High School, and also the CAS, and we spoke about this earlier when we talked about the course offerings at the middle school level. They would have access to some of those honors geometry, honors algebra, honors English, at the high school level. So those are two of the main reasons why they wanted to push forward with this.
So the constituent board is making a recommendation, not the parents of the community.
Constituent board is making the recommendation.
Yes. And this is the thing, it is a recommendation. I'd like to stress that, Mr. Collins, and they're well aware that they would have to get some input, and talk to some of the community members as well. So,
Well, see, that's my thoughts, is that they would go to the parents first, and to the school first, then come to us. Let's get the input first, and then I hate to make a decision today to tell them that we voted to change it already, and then we find out they don't like it or it's not what they want. According to my emails, it has much opposition.
I agree. I would agree with Reverend Collins on that. It would have been nice, since we get beaten up so badly, that we had, the feedback. We knew what parents thought, at least whether it was good or bad. We would be able to weigh both of them equally. I mean, there may be a reason not to go that route, but
I don't know. Jeff may be able to say a little bit more about this. The District 10 Constituent Board has tried to do that rezoning for at least a couple of years. It's exacerbated by the feeder patterns from a couple of elementary schools into C.E. Williams. And regardless of how they've tried to draw the lines, they cannot find an equitable solution. They've had a lot of parental input, a lot of community input. Jeff, Robin Jones often attends those meetings. Michelle, you've attended those meetings. They've had a tremendous amount of community input trying to find
so you've
fair.
already had that.
No, she's talking about the constituent board.
Constituent board.
Robin and I serve as the liaison to the District 10 board, and the middle school rezoning has been on their minds and on the table for a while, even when they were undergoing the elementary rezoning a year and a half, 2 years ago, about how to make it equitable, make sure those schools in West Ashley are more representative of the entire community. They've struggled with it. They've heard a lot of input from community and parents over this 2-year stretch of time, and so they are at a point where they really want to outfit the West Ashley area in a way where it's appealing, attractive, and all of the families will find it advantageous to have a system where the 6th graders can have that transition year, difficult going from the 5th grade to the sixth grade year with the seventh and eighth graders to cultivate, to hone in on what sixth graders need as they matriculate through the grades. And then again, what Dr. Williams alluded to in terms of having the seventh and eighth graders on the same campus side by side with the Center for Advanced Studies and West Ashley High School to have opportunities for more rigorous programming. So they have contended with, grappled with this rezoning issue for a long time. This isn't an overnight decision they made, and I feel confident that they have heard from a lot of their constituents. Now, is it fair to say perhaps they might want to engage some more? That's fair, but I know from serving as their liaison for the last 2 years, rezoning at the elementary and middle school level has been a priority for them for a while.
And I can just add, I happened to be there the night that they discussed, Mr. Olson presented the options. They presented options. There were 3 options for proposals. I-26 split them on 2 of them. But when they came to this one, the energy on this proposal was the one that they all of them seemed to be behind. And I also was there last week, and they did have their regular meeting, and they had 4 public comments made. And none of it was terribly against this. Most of it was related to St. Andrews and those kind of things. So I can say they didn't show up to the meeting to say that they did more. As long as they've been had. Yeah.
And I need to clarify, what I meant by that is that they wanted to go out and further, speak to parents about the process and what it entailed because,
Question.
Yes.
Why didn't the constituent board chairperson or any of the people here to talk about it? And then
He did draft a letter directed to you as a board. It should be in your packet of items. And it's representative of that entire 5-person board.
And then why did the, how many people were in attendance of those meetings that y'all had? How many people were in attendance of the meetings?
So I'm speaking in totality in the entirety of this entire 2-year process, talking about rezoning, from what they recently did with Stono Park, Springfield, St. Andrews Math and Science, open, impacted, and considering future, what would happen with the middle school, because they knew that was going to be next on the agenda. And so it varies. I don't have the, Toshiba is our administrator.
I'm just wondering, because I normally don't get no phone calls on Sunday, but I got a slew of phone calls on Saturday and Sunday, along with the emails as
But they're all C.E. Williams people, mainly C.E. Williams people saying don't combine.
Yeah, well. They don't want to combine.
Madam Chair.
Nobody wants that, nobody wants to combine.
Madam Chair.
Are we ready? Oh, yes.
So, again, just going back to the facts, if you went to the 10-day counts this year and just simply took the 7th and 8th graders from both campuses and put them at C.E. Williams, that's 783 students, if all things remained equal. How long does C.E. Williams have the capacity to do this with the anticipated growth that is coming out in West Ashley? That would be my first question. When's that building going to max out of people? I don't want to do this in 5 years from now. We have to send them all, separate them all again because of a building configuration issue.
So Reggie's building a 900-student building, and that is a 900-student.
The C.E. Williams new building.
It is a 1,200-student core, so it could be expanded by 300. And I would also say, although we've heard promises of growth in West Ashley has stayed flat for 5 years solid.
Are y'all?
So that's West Ashley High, it's West Ashley Middle, it has stayed flat. So
you're pretty confident that we're not going to have to face this decision based not on education, not on children, but the fact that we ran out of room in a building in 5, 6, 7 years from now. That's a fear.
I'm not going to go farther than 5, but I feel very confident where the capital program is right now, leading into the next 5 years.
And I understand the struggle of the attendance zone lines, but if we're going to do this kind of disruption, and once again, in an individual area, create a system that doesn't exist anywhere else in the district, because it needs to happen in that district, I want to know, the transportation times. I mean, we got to, that's always going to have to be a conversation of what it looks like if we've got to transport kids all from this district to one location and back again. Even if it's not great, we still deserve to know that. And certainly the program offerings. you know, we've got to know that this is going to provide a better education. I agree the zoning and the creating an attendance zone is a problem, but the bottom line is, you guys, I don't want you guys thinking y'all can do this unless it improves education.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
Yeah, call the question.
Call.
No, we're doing it on this. But we're going to record. Yeah.
That passed, and we are going to end partial magnet recommendations.
All right, so do we, guys want to go through each one of these individually?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll make a motion on item NA, and the motion is to eliminate the partial magnet status at James B. Edwards, Zucker Middle School, and Mitchell Elementary School. Students wishing to transfer to these schools can do so through the student transfer process.
Are we voting on each one
Wait, now say
separately?
that,
Yeah.
wait, A through which one?
We're just doing A, right?
Okay, so we're just voting on this.
So we're looking to,
I'll second.
let me ask a question for clarity.
Yeah.
What was the motion again?
Just for the first
The
one.
motion is the very first one, A. It's eliminating the partial magnet status at James B. Edwards, Zucker Middle, and Mitchell Elementary Schools.
And so what happens to the attendance zone then? I mean, what will the school become?
The school will stay as it is. Their attendance zone won't change.
No, what I'm asking is, will it go to, will it go to a neighborhood zone school, or what would it?
Yes.
Or come a district manager?
No, there'll be a neighborhood zone school, and right now, the recommendation is that they keep whatever their magnet program is next year, and then they'll be evaluated, and if we want to continue to fund their program, we would do that in subsequent years. But
So if we're going to end the partial magnet status, then it needs to say also that we're going to make it a zone, be the regular attendance zone. It doesn't say that.
They all already have a regular attendance zone.
But the motion doesn't say that. That it's going to go back to the
But they
regular.
already do. They have a regular attendance zone.
So that to say that in the motion, then the regular attendance zone will take preeminence.
We have serious things to talk about. Can we not talk about the fact that everybody knows they have attendance zones, and we don't need to argue over whether it should be in the motion or not?
Just want to clarify for the
Talk about
public
the
what we're
important
voting
stuff.
for.
Can we vote?
Not yet.
Yeah, they currently have an attendance zone. Their
Well, all
attendance zone
schools
will
do.
not. No, some do not.
Yes.
You'll see that.
It's an accurate statement to say that no children attending any of these schools will be asked to go to another school. They are grandfathered and will stay. Just want to get that out there, because people have said, oh, you're going to make my child go out of school. No, that's not what's in the proposal.
Okay.
What about siblings?
I don't think siblings. Okay, so that's it.
You know, we started this conversation by saying that the purpose of partial magnet schools wasn't working anymore. So how is it not working in these three schools, and how will things be better because we took away this partial magnet status? I mean, that was literally the first line of the committee's presentation to us in September.
Ms. Terry or Joe, do one of y'all want to talk about that? Or Dr. Davis? So ask your question again, Cindy.
The committee came to us in September and said their guiding principles were that partial magnets had a purpose at some point, and in these schools, they no longer have a purpose. So why doesn't these schools, why do you believe it no longer has a purpose, and why do you believe it's going to improve education to change it?
Initially, these schools were given partial magnet status because they had declining enrollment. And the opportunity to have
We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Initially, these schools had the partial magnet because they were experiencing declining enrollment. As a result of having a theme or a purpose, they improved their numbers to a reasonable point. they're keeping whatever points or program they currently have. And then they will be assessed at the end of the year to determine if the programs are truly robust.
So what are we trying to accomplish? Are we saying that if they aren't robust, then they shouldn't have the magnet?
Well, we're saying if we're putting funding into a program, it's not being implemented in a proper fashion. If they're there for X reason and they're not really doing that reason, then there's no reason to continue funding. But I'm talking about a year from now, when we have the assessment.
I understand, but should we not have been able to know at this point whether they're working or not when you come to us and ask us to do away with the magnet? And I mean, why couldn't the assessment already have happened?
Well, we did a preliminary assessment on each of the schools based on certain categories. And our finding generally was, I don't have the document in front of me, was that they were not being implemented in a robust fashion.
So has any of y'all seen that?
And in some cases, such as the Mitchell and Zucker, we did not have a significant number of children applying. I think Mitchell, for example, may have had less than 10. Again, I don't remember the exact number.
Zucker has 100 kids that don't live inside the attendance zone that were there. Zucker has 100 kids that don't live inside the attendance zone that were there last year. But I think the problem with North Charleston with Zucker is that because it has that small attendance zone, its attendance zone is roughly 550 kids. That's 450 kids from that zone going to the school. That's a higher attendance rate than you get in other neighborhood schools. But when you take away the magnet status, keep the magnet money there, you're not benefiting the other schools, which was one of the problems, was the drain. And you're creating a neighborhood in which if I get to live in this zip code, I get these programs. And I struggle with that. And I struggle with Zucker particularly because then you do this and you've got a middle school in North Charleston with 400 kids next to 2 middle schools in North Charleston with 900 kids. This one particular school should be wrapped up in a zoning to make sure we thoroughly do it. Removing the partial magnet, keeping the programs there, telling the kids you have to live there to access the programs is a very convoluted way to say we need to normalize out the student populations in North Charleston middle schools.
Well, I could be wrong, but I do believe that has been said that North Charleston needs to consider some rezoning.
And I think Dr. Williams has been working with all of the middle schools that we're looking at, partial magnet or not. He shows that illustration at some point this fall to equalize or fortify so that, we are able to create more equity for those programs across whatever that school level is, whether it's elementary school or middle school.
So are you asking us to vote on these individually?
Yes, we're voting on A now, just A.
There's actually 3 schools.
Yeah, it's got 3 separate schools and different schools. Yeah.
So I don't think we've met the threshold to create that disruption just yet.
So are we voting?
Okay, guys, we're going to have to vote actually openly because the system is not working properly.
That's fine.
Reverend Mack, how do you vote?
So we're going to have to vote openly, okay? For A.
How do you vote, Reverend Mack?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Or wait.
Sorry.
Okay, go. Got it.
Want to start again?
Mr. Frazier?
Aye.
No.
Yes. I vote yes.
No.
No.
Okay, Julie, can you tell us how the motion passed?
Okay.
5 yeas, 4 nays.
It's 5-4, it passed. Hot Gap serve, this is B.
Yep, so I make the motion that Hot Gap serve as an advanced studies constituent magnet open to all eligible District 9 and District 3 Camp Road Middle students. District 9 students receive seating priority.
Why is that?
Second.
So
The schools.
what's the capacity and what's the attendance out of, I mean, what's the reality? How many seats are there going to be for D3? This is the only middle school for District 9. So every child, if we're doing our jobs right, every child that lives in that area goes to this middle school. What's the number of leftover seats after that for James Island people wanting to get in? I mean, we really should know that.
Jeff knows that.
So while Jeff is trying to gather that data, so there will be additional seats. Hot
Wait.
Gap is, I'm sorry?
We have it? Nope. Well,
Yeah, it
kind
is.
of.
It is. I mean, this is from 2019, I think, Live and Attend data.
What's the capacity of Hot Gap?
The building capacity is 574.
Has anyone done any kind of analysis that says if we do our job right and all the D9 elementary school kids go to their only middle school, how many that will be generally?
We have the live-in attendant for that is 517. There's 517 D9 kids.
In zones or in the schools?
Zone.
And then we're going to have a proposal shortly that says that zone's growing so fast you need to build another elementary school. Is that factored in?
Yes, it is.
And aren't we currently on expansion for Hot Gap?
Correct.
So that's also going to add some additional seats as well.
We're building exploratory space.
Yep.
So Reverend Mack is generally your area, why can't it just be for the students that live there?
Because Camp Road Middle does not have currently those advanced studies in that particular school. And it's being offered to them as well.
At roughly how many seats? 30 or 40?
They had 59 last year. 59 Camp Road students attended Hot Gap last year.
Any other questions? Okay. We are ready to vote?
It did not pop up.
Ready
so
to
let the
vote, I guess?
We can't, we gotta do voice vote.
Are we doing
Voice vote? Julie, do we have to voice vote all these?
Yeah.
Until we can get it up.
Okay.
Well, no, for each of these, because we're breaking.
Yeah, because they're separate.
Okay, so this is for B. How do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Cindy? Cindy?
I'm thinking, yes.
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 I vote yes.
Reverend Collins?
Oh, no.
No.
Motion
And it passes 7-2.
Okay,
C.
so I have a new motion for 3NC. The new motion is work with the constituent D District 2 board to study the impact of eliminating or keeping the partial magnet status at Sullivan's Island, develop a strategy to reduce overcrowding at Whitesides and Mount Pleasant Academy, and bring a recommendation to the board by July 2020 for implementation in the 2021-22 school year.
Second.
Questions on that?
Okay.
Now, that motion seems so different and far-fetched from the rest of the motions, like it's getting favored.
Okay, so the reason is that motion is that way is because right now.
Because you live in Mount Pleasant?
No, it's not. I cannot believe you just said that.
Reverend
Go ahead.
The
Collins,
reason
please be
that
respectful.
the reason that it's being made is because right now, Sullivan's Island is a 500 student school. It's built for 500 students capacity, and there are about 300 kids that live in that zone that are going to school there. So Sullivan's Island and Isle of Palms kid, and then there are about 200 kids from mainly other parts of Mount Pleasant, a little bit outside of Mount Pleasant.
I'm familiar.
Right, so we got lots of feedback from the constituent board that if we voted as the motion was and implement that for this fall, it would be almost impossible for them to rezone. They're gonna have to rezone and come up with 200 more kids to potentially go there, and that's a long process if that's gonna happen, and so we based on feedback we got, that point, we thought we needed to take more time to study whether we should make that change or not.
So when you read C, it's unfair because you say, work with constituent district. None of the others say work with anybody.
Actually,
They get what we say.
No, others say work with.
We worked with them.
Yeah, a little bit, but still, it's far-fetched from A and B that we just did.
It's the same, E, it's the same as E.
So Sullivan's Island has an attendance zone
Right, but they'd have to read,
and had the partial magnet,
right?
and it was working.
Well, but Mount Pleasant Academy is overcrowded. It's a school that's built for 500 and it has 630 kids in it, and Whiteside's is too. So the thought was there would be an attendance zone, potentially, don't know what it would be yet, that could offset some of that overcrowding. But so
Let me say this now, stop. So if Sullivan's Island is at capacity, basically, at least within 10% or so, if they're at capacity, they have a partial magnet, and they're full, they can't receive other kids from another area to begin with.
Well, if you take, the point is you take the partial magnet part out, and those 200 kids go back to their neighborhood schools. Some of them are from Whitesides and Mount Pleasant Academy already.
I understand that, but I'm saying, but why upset the flow when it's working?
We can debate that all day long, Reverend Collins, but.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Collins.
So, and Fraser, you'll remember this, but again, I think we have to make these decisions going back to the base question. If we think it's not working, does the change we're proposing make it work? And, you know, Sullivan's Island has an attendance zone of 319 students, and I'm very little expected future growth. The school is relatively remote in that you do have to cross a bridge, and water does make you feel like you're in different places. And 189 of the 200 kids in the magnet are living in East Cooper. To me, that sounds like the very definition of a successful magnet school. I think it probably should be a constituent magnet school. What I've learned through this process is that we put the students outside the constituent zone at the bottom of the list, and it is making most of these schools de facto constituent zones. But it just seems that Sullivan's Island, because it's in a relatively remote location, its attendance zone is never going to be large enough to house the number of students that can fit in there. It's a textbook magnet school. And if you do have overcrowding in other areas of East Cooper, I just don't think this is the way you fix overcrowding in other areas of the East Cooper schools. I just think this one is actually the one that actually fits the definition.
Amen.
Any more discussion?
My question,
Yes.
I thought we were deferring this until December.
We're discussing them
discussing it.
today, but we won't vote on them for final action until our December board meeting.
So can we move on to the next one?
Well, so what's going to happen in 1 month, though, I guess is my question.
Well, I think on some of these, of the 4 that we recommended to not vote until December, some of these changes, your recommendations, the changes have changed, and the public has said, give us more time to vet some of these things, so.
A month is
My
not
question,
really
but
a
Joyce,
significant amount of time.
Joyce, give me 2 seconds, Joyce. But my question,
I would encourage the board to vote this one down and say, we may need to do something with Sullivan's Island, but this shouldn't be on the table. I don't think we should spend time asking the D2 board to study and vet things.
Make a different motion.
I move that we
Have a
not
motion on
make
the
any
floor.
changes to the Sullivan's Island magnet school status.
Second.
Third.
For what it's worth, I was sitting here when we approved this school.
Jesus God.
And the purpose for which it was to be built, and you got a real hurdle to get me to vote to do
Yeah,
this.
right.
So I'm all about voting to,
Wait, did you say, I didn't hear what you said.
you could come back in July and tell me to take away partial magnet, and I'm still going to vote no.
Right.
Me too.
This just fits the definition of a partial magnet
I
school.
took a lot of heat to get this school built in the first place. I'm not doing it again.
So can we read the motion?
We have 2 motions.
So the first motion that I made, which was different than the original one, which was giving us some more time to look at it, and then.
Okay, will you withdraw your motion, or would you?
I'll withdraw my motion.
You can't
So what motion, yes, What
I can.
motion's on the table now?
On the table?
Yours.
And I'm sorry, I've had sugar, I can't think straight.
I was going to ask a clarity question.
To remove Sullivan's Island partial magnet from consideration.
Right.
Thank you.
Or do we even need to do that? Can we just not take any action on Sullivan's Island at all?
Let's put a period behind this sentence for those residents. Let's take it over to action.
I just want to make sure that we follow what we voted for this morning, that we say we voted not to take action today. And so what are we doing now? We're taking action.
As we do in the committee of the whole, we're voting to advance this to a board meeting. And these items on N, O, P, and Q are going to be advanced to the December board meeting. My guess would be if this motion passes, we're not taking any action, but we could confirm that.
So what I'm saying is it shouldn't be a motion if we've already had a motion on this already this morning.
We didn't have a motion on that.
The motion on the floor is to
Okay.
remove it from consideration.
Okay, could everybody please vote? And you can do it electronically.
Oh, we can?
Yeah, good job, Julie.
I don't have a different.
Well, I just know it's working, so that's important.
And the vote passes.
Okay. All right, I make a motion that Lang Middle School will serve as a District 1 and 2 constituent magnet with an attendance zone.
Second.
It currently has an attendance zone, so this is making it a constituent magnet for Districts 1 and 2.
What effect does that have? Do they have to increase the attendance zone because it was?
No, they have the constituent district recently rezoned when we added to Moultrie, so they have they've got 300 spaces for for constituent magnet kids.
And how many kids are coming to it as a partial magnet? I mean, that's a general.
About 100. There'll be plenty more that can come because they've got over 300 spaces now that are not in the zone.
But if they have to apply through voluntary transfer, they don't get the transportation.
Right, but there'll be plenty of, there'll be plenty of, I think we'll be able to serve those kids, and it'll be able to serve the District 1 kids, which they haven't, it'll be just District 2 and District 1 kids.
And how does this serve the school better and the kids better than what we have going on?
All these recommendations basically are for the most part, are taking what the partial magnets that we're rigorous and we're really providing a strong program, we're moving to become a constituent magnet because for the most part, really across the board, those partial magnets were serving kids within their constituent district. And so you'll see as we keep going, there's a couple of others that we make constituent magnets, like North Charleston Creative Arts and Jenny Moore and Ashley River. So this is basically what it is right now. It's just saying that it's a constituent magnet to serve District 1 and District 2 kids. This is what the parents that we've heard from want us to do. And Lang is a award-winning STEM school, so I think it'll continue to be a strong school. This doesn't negatively impact it in any way. I think it codifies pretty much what we were doing with it before, but makes it District 1 and District 2.
And I think I see where you're going, and what I've learned in this process is that the board created a system where children outside of the constituent area have a very small chance of getting into a partial magnet school. They are on the bottom of the enrollment list. But shouldn't we create a constituent magnet school and then make these constituent magnet schools? We literally, I think we keep saying the system needs to have correction. So I say leave the schools as they are, knowing that it could well be that tomorrow and that it affects nobody if we leave the schools as they are. Take your committee back, create what a constituent magnet looks like and how it's done, create a system, and then we'll come back and put the schools into the system. But we keep saying the system fails and we keep not fixing the system.
So I would disagree with you. I would say that over the past 20 years, we've added we've added all different kinds of magnets. If you go and look at all the different kind of choice schools we have, I'm shocked that anybody can figure out what they all are. And my impression from the committee is that they were trying to, some of our partial magnets got transportation, some of them didn't. Our recommendations today are that all of the constituent magnets get transportation. We just had so much inconsistency. This is creating consistency. We don't need to go back and, I mean, a constituent magnet is a magnet school with an attendance zone that is serving whatever constituent district we say right there. I don't know why we've got to go
Well,
back.
actually, according to CCSD, a constituent magnet zone does not have an attendance zone.
No, it does not.
I mean, I know that's what you want it to have, and I know we want to make that, but shouldn't we do that first?
It's saying right here,
It says
zone
with
1
an
and 2.
attendance zone. I mean, we say that for each one, that's what.
They're all spelled out here.
I know, it just seems like we ought to be doing this as a system, and, because when we're done, how many partial magnet schools will be left in CCSD? How many constituent magnet schools with attendance zones will be left in CCSD? And how many constituent zones or constituent schools without attendance zones?
There won't be any more partial magnets. That's the point. We're not going to have partial magnets. We're going to
By the end of this list, there'll be no more partial magnet
Correct.
schools in CCSD.
Well, it depends. It depends on how the votes go, but that's the plan. Except for Sullivan's Island.
Except Sullivan's Island.
There'll be constituent magnets.
And Zucker and James B. Edwards and Mitchell, which we just voted down.
Right. There'll be constituent magnets for each different constituent zones, and then we still have some countywide magnets.
I think we're just doing a very complicated way of just doing this. It ought to be as easy as an elevator speech. I mean, this is what schools are under what category.
But schools
So,
are very
Cindy, what do
difficult
you
things to
suggest?
run.
I suggest that we take, that we don't make any action on magnet schools until we create a magnet school system. And then we go back and look at our magnet schools and see if they fit the system.
I think that we can show the way we feel about this by our votes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we could talk about this all day, and I'm pretty sure we're not all going to agree.
I mean, this pretty much tells you what it is.
So we are now voting on
D.
We're voting on the
D.
Lang one.
So if
A
we
voice
take
vote?
with attendance zone out, would that satisfy?
Well, Lang will have it, right, Lang will continue to have its attendance zone. I'm good with the Lang becoming a constituent magnet. I just think we should have created the system because that's what we always say is failing our children.
Okay, we heard you.
Okay, E.
I move to take no action on E.
We haven't finished voting
Okay, we
on
got to vote on D first.
But we'll take that.
Okay.
Reverend Collins.
Reverend Collins, you need a vote.
Math and science have an attendance zone?
Yes. 1/3 of the students there are magnet students. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we got this.
Reverend Collins? You already voted?
He just did.
And that passes E. Todd?
Todd made a motion, I
Move to
second
take
it.
no action on item E.
Did somebody say?
I second it.
Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, let's, yes.
I knew this would be a one where we'd spend all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I knew this would spend all the time. Which is why I said all the time.
I've been doing that today. I'll do it again.
No, that's why I said we had it all the time.
Last true issues.
Okay.
Reverend Collins?
Reverend Collins.
Ms. Coates?
I'm sorry.
And it passed. We are on to F.
Move to approve item F.
Can I
Work with the
ask,
constituent district D10 board to create a small attendance zone for Ashley River Creative Arts.
Second.
So the reason, the logic behind this is that in the past, Ashley River Creative Arts Elementary School was a countywide magnet with no attendance zone.
constituent magnet with no attendance
Constituent magnet,
zone.
sorry, constituent magnet, sorry, my bad. been a long day, but no attendance zone. And the rest of, in our system of what our magnets are going to be, the constituent magnets would all have an attendance zone, plus their kids who live right there by Ashley River who haven't been able to go there. So we want the D10 board to just create a small attendance zone for Ashley River. Then it'll serve as a constituent magnet for District 10. And then we'll have North Charleston Creative Arts and Jenny Moore Creative Arts. So we'll have 3 creative arts constituent magnets.
Reverend?
So, if I understand you correctly, if you're creating an small attendance zone, then you are making it a partial magnet school in that sense.
No.
Let me finish. Most partial magnet schools have an attendance zone, and then
That's the confusion we didn't.
the rest of it could be a constituent magnet or district magnet. That's basically the same thing, just different language. You're still making it basically a partial magnet school.
The constituent magnets in the past, some of them have not had attendance zones, so the change here is making it it's going to continue to be a constituent magnet, but it's going to have a small attendance zone, like North Charleston Creative Arts or
Right,
Jenny Moore.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In this particular case, you're creating one, but at North Charleston, you're taking that away.
No, we're not taking it away. We're not taking it away.
Look at you.
Yeah, you are.
No.
All right, well, let's focus on F.
All right,
right
so F is creating an attendance zone, and it's also creating a constituent.
It's already a constituent magnet school. We're just
Right now, we're creating a attendance zone within that.
Yeah.
Which makes it just like a partial magnet.
So Reverend Collins, Ashley River Creative Arts currently today is only serves children in District 10.
Okay.
And it has no attendance zone. So if you live in District 10, you can apply. And if you don't live in District 10, you cannot apply.
Okay.
They want it to remain a District 10 constituent magnet school, but create an attendance zone.
For the kids around the school.
Right.
I got you, okay.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to vote?
That's what I want to do at Creative Arts too.
Okay.
Creative Arts has that.
Same
It
thing.
already has that.
And keep it that way.
Vote.
2 more votes, please.
Who are you waiting? Reverend Collins?
I voted.
He just
Ms.
voted.
Alcott? Still waiting on your vote?
I voted.
Okay.
And that passed. Thank you, everyone. G.
Move that North Charleston District 4 and Jenny Moore Districts 1 and 2 creative arts schools will serve as constituent magnets with attendance zone.
Second.
So to be clear,
Just like all the rest.
with the current attendance zone, you're not going to ask the D4 constituent board to rezone it. Creative Arts already has an attendance zone. You're asking to keep that, correct?
Right.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Just 1 minute.
So I have one quick question. So is the District 4 Creative Arts, with the attendance zone, isn't the magnet is City of North Charleston, just citywide?
It has an attendance zone.
I know, but outside of that, it's District 4.
Just District 4.
When you vote yes on this, then it will only be for students in District 4 outside that attendance.
So right now, it's countywide.
Right.
Okay.
Kids from other parts, kids from
Okay, I
outside
got you,
can
okay,
apply
I
to go
understand,
there.
I got
actually,
you, I
right?
understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we're this confused about this, imagine what we're doing to the public. At least, yeah.
That's what we do, confuse them, that's all we do.
Yeah. So on H, I move to take no action on Memminger.
I'm sorry.
We're waiting for the results.
Oh, sorry.
That passed. And now we are to H, Memminger.
Why are we not going to take any action on that, Cindy? Because
Well, again, I think that we've got an idea and we've got some ways that we can improve access to Buist. But I think there's some downsides to having a countywide magnet pre-K to second grade school. First off, I think it would create a lot of angst for the children who go. It'll first off become known as you need to go to Memminger if you want to get into Buist. I mean, we're creating that thought now. So what happens to those second graders that go to Memminger and don't get into Buist? They're now going to have to get spread back out to their schools to go to the third grade. I don't quite think this is the way to do it. That's all I'm saying. And when you've got a 6-year plan to phase in Buist, we could build another Buist in 6 years.
Okay, sorry. I move to approve H.
Yeah,
I thought
second.
Cindy made a
Wait a
motion.
minute, Cindy made a motion.
Cindy didn't make a motion,
I
she
didn't,
just had a comment.
I made a motion, it didn't get a second.
I second your motion.
I didn't even hear any of that.
So I have a question on Amendment
Cindy,
2.
I second your motion.
Madam Chairs.
Oh, could you restate the motion? I didn't hear it as a motion.
Comment.
I'm sorry, I move to take no action on Memminger.
Okay,
kind of
is there a
question.
motion on the floor? Your motion.
Kevin seconds her motion.
I second Cindy's motion.
Make one.
Yes, she did.
Did.
Oh,
To take no
No
action.
action.
oh, I'm sorry, okay.
All right, so Cindy's motion is to take no action, and Kevin seconded that.
Question?
So a
Okay, I have
no
a question,
vote
too.
means we will then get to consider another motion, right?
If this,
Not today.
Wait a minute, I'm confused now.
That's why we need to
Yeah,
take
because
a
I've got
minute.
a backup motion that would do the exact opposite.
right, so if mine passes, do we
Right.
get to do another motion?
No.
No.
Okay. Easy people, sorry. So,
What?
So if, right now, Memminger has an attendance zone, right?
Yep.
And it's also constituent magnet? Is that right? Partial magnet.
Partial
so-
magnet now.
So what that attendance zone does is, it guarantees those kids around the school a seat, those families and communities around the school, they get in automatically. And I think that's a good thing.
Okay,
Right.
then
Then
vote this down.
Yeah. I think that should be the goal for all schools, if we want the neighborhood kids to get in, like we just did a little while ago.
Thank you,
Huh?
I agree.
Let's see, well,
So vote it down then.
no, this is the right way, you should vote, yes, no action is the right thing.
No, it's to do nothing.
Reverend Collins, you go ahead and cast your vote, please.
the motion's before you, just read the
I
motion
just need to make sure I'm
on
getting
the
my head
screen
on
and
right.
cast your vote.
So we vote and take no action, so it stay the way it is. Right now it has an attendance zone, and it's also a constituent magnet.
Really,
Right.
be sitting next to him.
Is that correct?
Vote no.
Well, No, I don't want to vote no. Well, yes.
This would have the attendance zone priority for D20.
Yeah, yes. I want it to stay the way it is.
Oh, you want it to stay the way it is?
Vote
Oh, I
yes to
thought
the
you just
motion on
said you
your
didn't. Okay.
I want the neighborhood kids to get into the school with a guaranteed
They can
seat.
do that in this one too.
Okay.
In this motion.
Okay, that did not, that motion failed. Do we have another
I
motion?
move to approve item H.
Second.
Well, I don't think that's fair to the children though, downtown.
But Reverend Collins, to read the motion, it will serve as a countywide IB magnet with K-2 advanced academic component. Additional kindergarten students will phase in. Eligible students in District 20 will receive seating priority. So
that's the neighborhood
that's
kids.
neighborhood kids.
But you're taking away the attendance zone. What is eligible kids? What does that mean?
Means it's,
Dr. Postaway, what is
And what's
eligible?
eligible kids, District 20?
is it tested in?
Anybody downtown get to go in?
Everybody?
Let her answer.
It keeps its attendance zone as it currently stands. It
Okay.
keeps the students who are currently there continue to go there. And when the advanced academic component is developed with different criteria than are currently used for Buist, all eligible students in District 20 would be given seating priority. Eligible means if the criterion is that you test ready to enter school, then that all eligible students who meet that criterion would be admitted. The attendance criteria, the entrance criteria have not been established. What we know for sure is that the previous process of testing 4-year-olds is not educationally sound and needs to change.
So should the motion say then that the attendance zone would stay in place?
It probably should.
It should say that in the motion.
So what would you like clarified, Reverend Collins?
The attendance zone will stay in place.
Okay, then can we add to that motion then?
The attendance zone will stay in
Yeah, the
place.
attendance zone will stay in place at the end of H.
Got
This
it.
is an additional sentence.
So Dr. Postaway, with pre-K through 2, why is it better to centralize that than have that in various areas of the county?
You're gonna have Buist on one floor.
Because you started in Buist, an academic magnet program. And unless you provide an opportunity for students who are in schools, it's the same question, answer that you asked about the gifted program. unless you provide an opportunity for students who are in schools, who are among the few students who are advanced beyond the other students, they will not get exposure to the curriculum that they need to be ready to, when the state identifies all students, the gifted students at the end of second grade.
And maybe I asked the question wrong, but why can't that be done in the individual elementary schools? The same as gifted and talented?
Because in some of our elementary schools, we're not identifying students as we should. We don't identify till the end of second grade. That's the state criteria. So we have to find some way to identify those kindergarten children who come in maybe already reading or already knowing everything they need to learn to take off reading from those who don't, because we're not differentiating to get that instruction in every school.
And we can't do that in elementary schools across the district?
We can't do it immediately. Ultimately, we might be able to, but it's extremely difficult to do in 46 different schools. In some large schools, that's not difficult to do. In high-poverty, small schools, it's very difficult to do.
And then last question, when students apply to BUST, does the application contain their school, their current school?
Currently?
Right.
Current versus what?
Right, when you apply to BUST, is there a place on that application that says, where do you currently attend school? Because I feel like there's going to be
If you're applying for upper grades,
because I'm thinking
there are the 4
there's
different buckets.
right. So that I just worry that will carry a moniker of this kid didn't come from Memminger, so this child didn't have that. I feel like that's a differentiation I'm not comfortable with.
Right. Well, we're changing the entrance criteria for BUST. We have to develop entrance criteria for grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 for this year if you approve that. But then in the future, the third grade entrance criteria will need to change because we don't have third grade entrance criteria now, except were you eligible at a previous time and coming off the waiting list.
And I appreciate you answering my questions, but I don't have any more questions, I'm sorry.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Gallingshed.
So the way this currently is now, the way Todd's recommending, you're gonna have that school share between the school, that school share between the two entities, correct?
No. Sir, are you at,
Correct, I'm just making sure I'm
Memminger-
clear on this.
Are you asking about Memminger?
Yes, ma'am.
And the question is?
Refresh me again on how this is gonna be.
Is it going to be shared with BUST or
Is it shared with BUST? Is that the question?
Yes.
No, sir.
But if you create,
And it's possible to create an advanced academic program in there without differentiating. You don't have kids and one thing on one floor and another thing on another floor. We don't want something like that.
Okay.
Any child who is capable of participating in the program would participate in it, and you don't have to be zoned in a particular way to do that.
It's in J and then it's here.
All right, so are we voting on, okay.
I thought I had already voted, but I did too.
No, we voted
Voted
to,
on the first motion, not the second one.
okay.
So we choose H, and now bring that back. We gotta, okay.
And that passed, and now we're going to I.
I make a motion that we continue the Advanced Academic Constituent Magnet Program at EB Ellington.
Second.
Are there any questions? Are we ready to vote?
So this basically means we're not doing anything to EB Ellington. We're voting to just confirm that?
We're continuing that magnet program.
As is,
As
with
is.
the constituent magnet zone as is. So no changes to EB Ellington?
Exactly.
Correct.
No changes.
May I just ask,
What number are we on?
Aye.
we're still on?
should that say constituents, just to be consistent?
Yes.
Should it say, rather than partial, should it say constituent?
Well, it does.
Scroll.
It does say constituent magnet.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
We're voting on that?
I was down on J, thanks. I was on J.
Vote on that. You should vote yes for that. I'm gonna find some more reasons.
Cindy?
Which one? I'm sorry.
Passed. We're on to J.
Okay.
That doesn't need action, does it?
Well, actually, the district's standard has typically been, if we're going to alter a child's school, we allow them to age out of the school.
That's what it says.
This just says for 1 year.
So, we
This
can
year and
discuss
next year.
this. You know, I think we're places where we're not rezoning, which since we won't be doing Sullivan's Island, that won't be an issue. We could clarify that our policy is gonna be, and make this action, current partial magnet students will be grandfathered through aging out, although I do think, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've only provided transportation for that 1 year, for 1 year. Is that correct? I'm getting lots of nodding heads.
Send it to the board, we would have to change our budgets to reflect continued transportation, which would be extremely problematic, because as you get to the end of that grandfather, there may be only a couple of kids left.
Right.
But that kind of expense and trouble is what we're supposed to incur if we're going to change a child's school.
What did you say, Cindy?
That kind of expense and trouble should be borne by the district if we're going to change a child's school.
So,
Well,
in all-
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to add that in all of the rezoning that the constituent boards have done, we've only grandfathered 1 year. So we've not
Hersey,
offered-
we aged out Hersey kids all the way till the last 5th grader went out of there.
That was the traditional classes.
Right.
Right, but when we rezoned, all of the rezonings were simply grandfathered. I thought you were referring to all.
Well, I see where you're doing. You're saying because we're changing the partial magnet, it's not technically a rezoning, so we're not technically needing to keep the kids in there till they grandfather out. But I look at the two changes as, for a student, a change to their school is a change to their school.
So at Hersey, we did, because we still had buses for that school for the Montessori classes. We didn't change our busing zones for that change at Hersey. We've done our, if you look at the growth, when we established Carolina Park in Mount Pleasant, we did not offer busing to Laurel Hill and Pinckney, to those kids for years and years to stay in that school. They were transferred over to Carolina Park, they had 1 year to grandfather, and then we did not provide busing, and they did not stay there.
So I understand why you brought the motion forward. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd move that all children that are attending any schools that have been impacted today continue the right to do that through their aging out process, and that you come back and tell us what it's going to cost to provide us transportation.
Good idea.
Okay.
Second. So say that one more time, Chris, for,
Anybody that's in a school today that's affected by any vote today can stay in that school until they age out, and that the district come back and tell us the cost of transportation throughout their matriculation.
Well, Chris, you want to deal with the transition part only, or stay in the school part?
They get to stay.
They're staying in school is what we're
Once they
voting.
graduate, they graduate.
Yeah. They stay in the school until they
I thought we were
finish.
dealing with the transition part of this motion, though.
no, both. Stay until
Well,
they age out,
hold on.
and then they're gonna
Are
come
we ready
back.
to vote on that?
That man's his
Okay.
grandfather.
We're doing it. I mean, we're doing it.
Did someone second Chris's motion?
I did.
Kate did.
Yeah, she's right. We'll get to it.
But it was there the grandfather, well, the motion anyway. This is transition pieces to win.
So they're gonna come back and give us the cost on the
No.
cost for
So
transportation.
we're not doing transportation.
We're not saying, no. So vote yes. Yes on that one.
Okay, I got you. When would we get report on the transportation?
I'm sure before we vote in December, I guess.
I
Jeff, when could we
Mr. Holland
get?
Shedd, can you please cast your vote?
Don't worry about it, Kate.
did.
Bill, he can.
When will we get transportation costs? Jeff?
When will we get the transportation costs, like, to do this?
We'll have it before the December meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
That passed, and
Okay,
thankfully,
the
we
la-
are at K.
The last one is that, to motion to evaluate the use of additional staff added to partial magnets for specific instructional themes and determine whether continued funding of those positions is warranted for 2021-22.
I second.
Because we are very confused. What schools will this motion impact?
Additional staff.
Name the schools.
It will impact, James B. Edwards, Zucker Middle School, Mitchell Elementary.
Whoa, we didn't change
where's that
those.
That's the point.
Yeah.
This is the
Where's that?
programs are being done.
We're keeping the programs.
That we're keeping the we
Keeping the
said
programs.
which we've talked about, I just want to say, we have talked about this is not the first time we talked about it.
No, it's not. I understand that, but
so-
I'm still allowed to, I know we're just getting tired, but I think I don't know which schools this motion
I'm telling you.
affects.
Okay, so James B. Edwards, Zucker and Mitchell, Hot Gap, hold on,
So how does this?
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
St. Andrews Math and Science.
No.
No? Okay.
Nope.
That's it.
That's it.
So why are we evaluating Hot Gap if we just said it's going to be a constituent magnet school for D3?
Oh, I'm sorry, because.
9.
Yeah. Sorry,
D3, D9 is their only middle school, but you've guaranteed to the D3 that it'll be their constituent magnet school. So that doesn't cut, that one cannot.
Well, that program is going to change a little bit anyway because it's been the program needs to be able to be offered to all of the kids that are there, the theme, let's say. And so I think staff will work on adjusting that. I think they're probably already working on that. So it'll be the James B. Edwards, Zucker and Mitchell.
So if you take away, if you go to the end of the 2021 school year and take away the positions warranted for the magnet schools, isn't that a backdoor way of overturning our vote that just said we don't want you to change those schools?
We did change those schools.
We did change those schools already. You voted for James B. Edwards, Zucker, and...
Oh, that's right. I voted no. Y'all didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really wanted y'all to agree with me.
Sorry, that motion passed.
Okay, are we ready to
Sorry,
vote?
Kate. Can we vote on K?
It's fine, just to clarify, what we found when we were doing some analysis was an instance, at least one instance, where a school was granted an extra point because they had a certain theme, but that teacher position was used for something entirely different.
That's a management
and that's what we're talking
issue.
about.
That's not a board issue. That's a management issue.
So in the event that we should find something like that, we didn't want you to be blindsided and think that it was a bait and switch.
Fix it,
So
fix
that's
it,
why
fix
it's on
it. It
here.
sounds like, yeah.
But if we get up to schools are mentioned in the motion, then we can see.
We don't need to.
Okay, vote
I
please.
can't vote yes to something. I vote no to.
Because we are nowhere near finished.
Powering through it now. Yeah, boy.
The motion passes, and we are on to O, Buist Academy grade configuration and revision of eligibility and selection process.
All right. I move to change the Buist entrance criteria and school configuration by phasing out kindergarten, first, and second grade at Buist Elementary by the year 2023-24, except no new students in these grades at Buist. In 2020-21, expand grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 by one class per grade for 2020-21 only. Give priority to students scoring at the 75th percentile or higher on math, reading, and math who attend an elementary school in Charleston County with a poverty index greater than 80%. By July 2020, develop third grade entrance criteria for the entering third grade class. In 2023, I don't like all these 20s, 24, maintain the policy of admitting a twin when one twin is admitted and the second meets eligibility requirements.
But that was,
Second.
Question.
yeah, me too, question.
For that, is there D20 priority within that?
Is there what now?
D20 priority at all within that, or is it just?
Doesn't say so in the motion.
Yeah, the priority is the students who are attending a Charleston County school with a poverty index greater than 80, which would cover D20
All North
schools.
Charleston schools and D20 schools, just about.
Question.
I thought that the purpose of going in and looking at how we do Buist was to create more access for more students to a Buist Academy IB education. And this is a 6-year plan to add 25 students per grade. When you're done, we've only affected 150 kids out of a district of 50,000. I don't know that, I agree, and I have said to everyone who has emailed me that I believe that 50 students accessing this is not enough, given the population of our students, but I just don't know how this is the right solution. This is almost, we could just go ahead and create another Buist Academy.
So I'm not. Ms. Jeffrey?
Ms. Jeffrey.
Can I respond?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm not understanding how it's a 6-year plan. We add grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 next year.
But you're not done with this transition plan, according to the graph you gave us, until you took it out to 26, 27, and it's consistent from 23, 24 on, but prior to that, the numbers jiggle a little bit. I just think that it's
That's just based on the numbers of students are there and what it takes to phase them through and then phase the third grade class in until you have the full contingency.
And I see that, and I understand, but it goes back to my question. That's a lot of work for 25 kids per grade.
Unless you're one of the 25.
Yeah, unless you're one of the 25 out of the 3,746 who are in that age group. Why are we so much not wanting to have more? We did Montessori, and I thought that was a very good system. Montessori is throughout the county, and it created plenty of access and capacity. And I don't know why we keep trying to force. Feels like we're trying to force a square into a round hole. I think that if you have this many people wanting a program, we need to create another school. Make real changes.
I thought that the directive that came from the board was to address Buist.
No, and I think that's why there's the value of us having these conversations. I do, because without us having the opportunity to sit here and talk to you with all 9 of the board members, you're right. You didn't have another option but to come down with these kinds of proposals. I just think, having looked at it on paper, maybe the board would like to look back and think this might not be the best way.
Thank you. Reverend Collins?
A couple of things. This says maintain a twin policy. I'm not sure that was actually a policy that the board voted and approved as a policy.
The twin?
Yeah.
Yes, October
There was a
2000.
writing up on it, but I don't think it actually came to the board as a policy.
It's board minutes, October 2017.
Yes, I was here.
But we need to pull the vote support in also. But my concern about that is that it says twin, I can see if it says sibling for all schools, but we're talking about a twin policy for one school, and we know one of us has twins on the board. I'm not calling one's name, but I don't want to do it the right way.
Reverend Collins, you have a policy that deals with siblings.
I would say take that off.
Yeah.
We've already got a policy. That's.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if we're going to do that, let's do that at all schools, but don't use the word twin, but siblings for all magnet schools.
It might as well be like right on there that we will maintain sprinklers in the building. It's silly.
No, we can say sibling. We can say siblings for all magnet schools.
It's already policy for the district.
Well, we need to take a look at that to make sure that.
But that's on a
Hold on.
separate, that's a separate meeting.
Let me finish.
Yep.
I remember the writing on the sibling. I don't remember seeing it as a voted on policy.
You voted on it.
As well, but we can pull it up and look at it. I don't remember it ever came before the vote as a vote, but some staff people worked on that. But I could be there, but I remember the policy.
It's in your policy on school choice.
Okay, but still, we shouldn't have a policy pertaining to one school. If we can do all the magnet schools the same.
The twin policy is for all magnet schools.
This says Buist.
This is a Buist proposal saying maintaining that policy, but that policy is a magnet school policy.
I don't think, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so.
But hold on a minute. I don't think it is. So let me finish my point.
Thank you.
Whatever we put in place needs to affect all the magnet schools. And it shouldn't say twins, it should say siblings.
Okay.
So I like to see the word twin struck out.
Multiple birth siblings.
Last time I checked, twins are siblings anyway, so we're okay.
We can do something like that maybe, yeah. Twin maybe and or siblings, yeah, something like that, but not just twins.
Yeah, I would like to amend the motion to include D20 as a priority.
How?
Yeah, so how do you want to do that?
Which I think is a good thing, and further proof that we might want to just kind of pull this back and really work on it.
That's why we're not voting on it until December.
We're not voting on it until December, so we've got.
Could you please?
Yeah, I would just, I would just make a motion that D20 also be included as a priority.
What do you mean?
Second that.
Okay.
And you're gonna delete the wording about the twins?
No, oh, I don't, yeah, I'm fine with deleting that. It's already policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need it.
And for the record, just while we're on this subject, I had one child get in as a first grader and one child get in as a second grader, and there was no twin policy then. So
Right,
it
you
did not
didn't get
affect
it,
them,
right.
nor did I take advantage of it, so.
We passed it after that.
Okay.
I don't agree with that.
Eagles out there.
I don't agree with that.
Stop.
All right, stop. Okay, so Todd, so where do you want it, in that second bullet?
In that second bullet, yes.
You want to say it again to, where else do we say G20?
With a poverty index of greater than 80% and D20.
And D20. Okay, and then you want to strike the twin.
Yeah, and between now and December, that needs to be fleshed out with
Okay.
respect to how that's brought forward.
Okay.
Does Buse already have a 25% policy?
For D20?
Yeah.
It does, but this is essentially changing that. Am I wrong on that?
That's right.
Yeah,
Right,
this is
it's
changing
changing.
that.
Well, I
so.
think we need to be very clear that this supersedes the prior.
The prior four lists.
We need to be
Correct.
very clear on
Yeah.
that because it doesn't, this is important stuff. We need to
Yep,
make sure it
agreed.
is very clear.
Reverend Collins.
I just want to make sure I understood, that's all.
So get her to put that in.
Okay, so we've added and D20 in the second bullet following with a poverty index greater than 80%, and we've struck, I guess, maintain the policy of admitting twin, that last bullet, we struck that.
And we probably need to identify that if this motion passes, it supersedes the prior admission waiting list. Would that be the appropriate wording?
Yeah.
So we need to put that into the motion, that if this passes, it supersedes the prior waiting list.
I never did, okay. I could-
Is there a second to that amendment?
Second. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Can you clarify, so just for next year, 2020-21, at grades 3, 4, 5, and 6, the caveat you just added would be just for downtown?
No, you don't want to do it just for next year.
From poverty index greater than 80% or down, or D20.
With priority seating given to D20 students.
80% in, so 80% countywide is what you're saying?
Yes.
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 We declared it 80% countywide.
Right.
Yes, with a
Right.
preference to D20.
But Todd, so the D20 priority, that second bullet does say for only 20 for next year. So do you want that
I do want that
forever?
to continue, yeah, that's,
Right.
I mean,
But we'll be
Some
bringing
laws.
back recommendations
For
for your
that. Okay,
future.
got
This
it,
is
got
just
it.
to seat those 100 additional students
Right.
for next
Okay,
year.
so we'll make sure that's included in it.
Okay. Are we ready to vote now?
Like to remind y'all that North Charleston will not be able to access that because the 80% and because the lack of number of seats. So I would expect the district to begin working hard on how we get
And
these
looking-
services in our zip codes.
looking at that, I would say that it needs to come back with the way they have had four lists in the past have been specified numbers to end, if we can ask the district to bring that back for December, exactly how the future priority is and numbers wise.
Right, because then you'll see that lack. And again, I just want to make sure it is heard that I want to see the students in the North Charleston zip
Correct.
code get these opportunities.
Agreed.
We will bring that back, and I just want to note that the whole purpose of this was to at least achieve socioeconomic diversity, and if we're not really careful, this combination of recommendations
Is not going to do
may
right.
not do that.
That's
So
exactly right. This is
I'd
not
like to
the right
reserve the
motion.
right when we come back in December to show you exactly what that
Those
looks
numbers
like,
are-
because once we understand where a majority of the board wants to go with these things, then we can really get to work and drill
Right.
down and meet with communities and say, this is what the impact would likely be.
So if it's already 45%, why do we need more priority in District 20?
There are 200 seats in an excellent school downtown.
How many
Say it again?
seats are there in an excellent school in North Charleston?
They're at 4 D20 students. When you go to Mount Pleasant, you have thousands of seats in excellent schools. It's trying to create equity across the constituent districts as well for opportunity.
Equity for who?
For, when
D20.
you look at if you, in the back of this right here, you can look, you're talking about the kids who are exceeds or better in each of those schools. So that it is, Mount Zion, you got 2, North Charleston 5, Pepper Hill 2. I mean, it's shown exactly.
Per grade.
But I mean, the intent of all of this is not to result in a bigger, wider school. I mean, the intent is to offer opportunities for kids across the district who are at exceeds or better, so that there's opportunities for more kids throughout the district.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
But I don't see in my community, my people knocking down the door to get in Buse or Academic Magnet or any of the schools. What we want is the opportunity in the neighborhood schools that we have, to improve the schools that we have. There are not enough African Americans in Charleston County to get into Buse or to get, we still have a lot of kids still out there. So if we're improving the schools within our neighborhood schools, we wouldn't even have to have this discussion today.
But this is all about and. I view this as a conversation around and, not or.
Right.
We have to improve the neighborhood schools and we have to provide more access. This is trying to give it all. We wouldn't be talking about universal 4K if we weren't trying to make it better for everybody.
I'm with you, but I could take you, please, I could take you tomorrow with me and let you have a discussion in the barbershops and in my church community. They're not knocking down the door. They want their community schools improved.
We're gonna do that too?
Both. He was just saying both. Both.
Hey, guys, I'm opposed, Kevin, I am as opposed to this motion as you are, but it's time to let the vote happen.
I'm with you, Cindy.
Yes, Reverend Collins.
Or just one more thing, if you don't mind. It's 80%. I have no problem with for Charleston County, but then again, if you tag D20 on it only.
No, not only,
No.
and 80% and.
They'll come
But
back
still
with
D20.
specific, they'll still come back with specific recommendations
next
around
year.
that.
Yeah, because the way the language is now, the original language is okay, but to add D20 changes the horse. So that excludes the other areas, or give priority, that gives priority to District 20.
No, it doesn't. It's
Yes, it-
and.
yes, it does.
And is and. And is and.
No, it gives
I call the
priority.
question.
Yes.
Call the question.
It does give priority to District down.
Julie, we've called the question. Go ahead and put it up on our.
Say, explain, please.
I said it's an and or because we heard or earlier.
And.
I think
See, so that means District 20 gets priority.
Let the vote go, Chris.
It does, what are you thinking about?
Call for the motion.
What are you thinking about, Priscilla?
Can we ask for
It does.
clarification?
Yes.
If you say and D20, it sounds like it's just D20.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's not the intent.
the intent is to create opportunity for both.
Other kids.
I understand, but if.
So you're
if you-
thinking
where
we
I'm
should
coming
say
from, if you
or.
say and- Exactly. If you
Okay,
say
or.
and D20, it sounds like you're asking them to meet the criteria and be in D20.
Yeah.
That's not the intent.
The Charleston County, should be Charleston County, should not be
Thank you.
D20.
Thank you.
So can we take D20 off?
No, we're saying or.
But just wait a minute.
We're saying or.
Can we, if we take D20 off, we fix the whole thing. That's how you fix it, take D20 off.
So we're changing it to or.
I've tried calling the question.
Yes.
Well, it's up there.
So it's not working again, so can we just
Okay.
read the motion again for clarity, before we cast our votes?
So
Can't
so
do
the
that, kid.
second bullet will say in
Fine.
2020, 21, expand, blah, 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 blah. I didn't change any of that. Who attend an elementary school in Charleston County with a poverty index greater than 80% or D20. Thank you, Joe.
Phase an advanced academics component at Memminger, making what bullet are you adding this to?
No, it's up there.
The second bullet that says in 2020-21, expand grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 by 1 class per grade. For 2020-21 only, give priority to students scoring at the 75th percentile or higher on math, reading, and math who attend an elementary school in Charleston County with a poverty index greater than 80% or ND20.
Oh my God. It's easier to get into Harvard.
Okay. Can we
let's
now just
vote.
vote yes or no? And Reverend Mack, how do you vote?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
Reverend Collins?
I'm still thinking.
Mr. Hollenshed?
No.
Reverend Collins?
Okay, Reverend Collins?
That's it. I
Are you abstaining?
No.
Okay, how are you?
You're voting no or you're abstaining?
I will know till next time.
Okay.
Okay.
He's voting no. You're voting no, correct, Reverend Collins?
For now.
Yes.
I need to study some more.
So the motion passed, I believe, of 6-3. Okay, P, K2 Advanced Academic Program at Memminger.
I move to designate Memminger as an IB district magnet, giving priority seating to D20 students for 2020-21. Begin phasing in at least one kindergarten class to create advanced academic program for K2 students who meet criteria. By 2020, develop entrance criteria for the kindergarten advanced academics component. And this is very similar to the N3H, sorry.
If the board's willing to stipulate, I think the staff has enough direction on this from the vote you already took to know.
This is almost redundant.
All right,
That's it.
can we go down to?
If you're willing to.
Yeah, I think, are we willing to?
Yeah.
I think what we would just say is that how we voted on the other one is how we would vote on this one.
All right, Q, Academic Magnet High School admissions criteria.
I have one question.
All right, can I make the motion, or?
Yes, please make the motion.
Move to direct the administration to develop new entrance criteria for Academic Magnet High School for 2020-21 based on the revised point system, and stipulate that, A, 30% of the seats at Academic Magnet will be offered to students who meet entrance criteria and also attend a middle school located in Charleston County that has a poverty index of 80% or higher. For 2020-21, greater than 80% poverty schools include Simmons Pinckney, Morningside, Northwoods, Baptist Hill, Military Magnet, St. James Santee, CDA, Jerry Zucker, and Deer Park. Continue the top 2 program that admits the top 2 students from every CCSD middle school who meet entrance criteria. Refine and continue the ACE, Advancing Charleston Excellent Bridge program to support high-achieving middle schools from subgroups that are underrepresented at Academic Magnet High School.
Second.
May I ask a question? So, when you say continue the top 2 program that admits the top 2 students, they are not part of the student population, so that does not diminish the number of seats left for the other students. Is that still going to be maintained? Was that, our top 2 was, you know what I'm saying?
Our intention was to maintain your top 2 exactly as you had it. And admit means they have to meet the entrance criteria.
Right,
we
we know
need
that.
to maintain it exactly as you had it. And we want to clarify that you're not voting on that point system today. It is down in the explanation, but we're not asking you to vote on the point system. You're just directing us to develop new entrance criteria. We're not asking you to vote on the point system today.
How often are you going to recalibrate based on the federal standard poverty schools? We don't decide what poverty schools are or their percentage. Isn't that decided by a federal
It has
formula?
to be done every year.
So every year, we're going to have to tell the parents which ones. That seems like a lot of work. I just want to make sure you're ready for that.
Michelle English Watching can tell you in 30 seconds which schools meet that above 80% poverty standard, and unfortunately, it doesn't change much.
No, it doesn't, but it is a moniker we don't control. And I'm trying my dangest to make this less confusing for the public.
Mr. Frazier?
And just to be clear, if the 30%, if we're unable to fill the 30% from those sources, then it'll go back to the lottery system that remains for the students that applied that were right?
That's absolutely right. It looks as though, on the data I showed you earlier, from the schools, that if you look down at the point system at the bottom, we learned last week when we met with some parents at Academic Magnet that 70 to 74 isn't currently awarded any points, and so we'll probably change that. So if we use 75th percentile from our high poverty schools, there are 41 students who would get 1 point in that particular rating, out of 2 points if they meet it in both reading and math, so out of a total 4. So 41 students at most would get those points in order to get considered. Then they have to pass everything else. So the chances of that many students getting the writing task and are
Better be 100%.
It's not 100%, because we know out of our top two, 100% don't always qualify. And several of our top two students chose to go to early college, high school, rather than academic magnet.
It's fine.
Yes.
So I don't think we're talking about even 30 seats. But to your point, the remainder would go back in for the open selection process as it currently exists.
Is this, and your motion is silent on that, but are we going to continue to do just the kids that are the highest ranked to get in, or is this a lottery? He used the word lottery and you said yes.
Still have to pass the.
But the lottery is you have a lottery of all the students that meet the minimum standard. Are we going to do that?
Thank you, Mrs. Coates. I responded to the wrong thing in Mr. Fraser's question. I wasn't listening to lottery. I thought
So then answer the question. Is this still going to be a ranked process to get in, or are we going to have a lottery for all the students that qualify?
The answer is the selection process at Academic Magnet does not change other than this recommendation that we're making and a subsequent clarification of what the point system looks like.
Call the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Collins.
That's a rare moment.
They talk so much.
Are we voice voting? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh, you even made the machine work. You did.
I really want us to consider that the students who you're trying your best to serve are going to be in the bottom half of that rubric. And if we're really trying to get those students, we can't keep just taking the students in the top 15.5 to 15.9. This is just giving them an opportunity to not be allowed to get in.
And if the full board wants to change that, you'll have an opportunity in December to say, we want to do this differently.
Kevin.
Passes. And now we're on to Montessori Middle School.
Madam Chair, I move to approve. I don't think that we need to give them direction to create feasibilities. That's really what they should do, so let's just go ahead and pass this.
Okay, everyone else in agreement?
Well, let's get a second, let's get a motion, get a second, and ask for any discussions before we do all
No
that.
discussion.
Oh, wait, why can't we just do this
Stop talking.
motion?
Say again?
Why can't we just do the motion as it is?
That's what I was
Yeah.
doing.
That's what you did.
Oh,
Are we talking about, which school are we talking about?
But it needs to be a motion in a
Montessori?
second. That's what I'm saying.
Which school are we talking
We're
about?
talking about creating a Montessori
We're
middle
talking about a
school.
feasibility
where?
study.
We're not sure where, but it would meet the needs for Murray, Lassane, James Simmons, Hersey, and Montessori community. It's to do a feasibility study.
Right. The reason I'm asking because you had the middle school program at Hershey already.
Right.
Are you looking to move that?
You're looking to put them all at the middle school or 7th and
But
8th
that's the only one that has
grade
one, I
school,
think.
all in one place.
Right now, only Hershey has a middle school Montessori, right?
They all will, and James
James Simmons has it now too?
with Hersey. They all do.
You all have it now?
Yep.
That's kind of, okay. That's going to be kind of far-fetched though.
But everyone please vote. They're doing feasibility.
Waiting on
Vote.
you. Reverend Collins, can you catch your vote?
Yep, here.
And it passes. New District 9 Elementary School.
Move to include in the 2020 sales tax referendum a recommendation to build a new elementary school in constituent District 9, location to be determined.
Second. Do we need to discuss this?
No.
We are ready to vote.
I do have a question, but not the postal way. So at what point we sit down and go through a list for the referendum, for everything that needs to go in the referendum, instead of we compile a list of each district, and we discuss it to see what each area needs instead of doing it this way. But this way, to me, like somebody has ideas and they get in their school submitted in. But I want to make sure we do all the areas equally the same.
Shortly after the first of the year.
When's the deadline to get for what's been the referendum?
Well, you have to do this work in January and February in order to really get it finalized, to get it on the
Okay,
ballot.
so we need to have a meeting one day then and discuss all the areas so we can make sure that all the areas are being represented, not just a school here and a school there by board members.
First year, we're going to have a meeting to do that.
Because make sure Kate one don't go in first.
Ha, ha, ha.
I represent the entire county.
No, you
I do
don't.
too.
Not Priscilla.
Just go ahead and vote.
Reverend Collins, can you cast your vote, please?
Yes, sir.
And it passes, sorry, I'm falling asleep. Creating optimal sized schools, Minnie Hughes and E.B. Ellington, and are we voting on that today?
Yes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Who seconded that?
I did and Eric did, and
Eric, you second that?
All right, is there any discussion?
That's your school, then.
The only thing I would say is that as we contemplate this, transportation is probably going to have to be a unique and different way than normal. Because to the point of an earlier speaker, getting on a bus and riding 45 miles straight, not a good plan. We may have to have a bunch of small buses and be a little more direct so that we're minimizing the impact. But other than that, I'm good.
Correct.
That'd be very hard on those kids to do that and get up early in the morning.
Right.
Spending 3 hours a day on a bus. I just can't see that making any kind of sense.
Okay, any others?
And there may be an option of adding another bus or two.
I mean, we
down
can,
on the travel time.
We don't have to do it, but we don't have to change the school at all to improve it. They don't have very many schools out there in Young's Island to begin with.
Yep.
It's not John John's Hollywood.
Oh, you're waiting?
Yeah, it is.
It's Hollywood.
Young's Island area. It serves Young's Island too.
Do we have to voice vote?
my,
So before I would really like this board to get a handle on the Jane Edwards piece. That's relatively new. You know, we're looking at miles from the county line to E.B. Ellington, but how did the Jane Edwards get on here and what would that do for transportation?
because if there's students who are closer to Jane Edwards and Ellington, it might make sense for them to go.
And we don't know that?
Yeah, we
I'm
would.
sure Jeff can tell.
Do we know that now?
We do know that, but the question came, the request came from a D23 parent who said she would like us to take a look
Reverend
at.
Knapp, how do you vote?
Yes.
At the same time. What, I was trying
Yes,
to hear what
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Dr. Postlewaite was saying. You were saying?
Mrs. Coates asked how the transportation to Jane Edwards' question came up, and I said it came up as a result of a request from a constituent who suggested that we look to see if there are children who would actually be closer to Jane Edwards in transportation time if we turn the bus southward toward Jane Edwards rather for some of the students. Many of the students live in between Minnie Hughes and E.B. Ellington, but for those who live on the southeastern side of the District 23. That's how it
2 weeks ago, I included this in your board update. This is a diagram of where the kids live at Minnie Hughes. You can see for yourself how much closer some of them are to Ellington, and you can see how many kids live closer to Jane Edwards. So that map was in your board update 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
How do you? We're voting.
Yes.
We're voting.
I started the voting.
Okay, keep going.
You voted yes?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
You remember the last meeting, all the opposition, the people came out and filled the boardroom opposing us closing Minnie Hughes and come out in the school. I think we should have respect for the people, that came out.
So
huge
you're
numbers.
voting no, I take it.
You should vote no also, representing those
Reverend
communities.
Collins, you're being asked by the parliamentarian to
I'll
cast
vote
your vote.
no. I vote no.
I vote no. So you vote yes?
That's wrong to do that.
Passes.
5-4.
What's the count?
5-4.
5-4. All right. Have a price tag on it.
Feasibility study for schools with fewer than 500 students.
Move to direct the administration to study and report back to the board by February of 2020, feasibility of combining, merging, and rezoning within the next 3 to 5 years, all schools with fewer than 500 students.
Second.
All schools, what, Charles, the last part?
To propose, to look at the feasibility of it. I know for some of them, it won't be feasible to do that.
But
Second.
you ain't gonna have no schools at the way we're going.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
I thought you
Okay.
voted, I'm sorry.
No, didn't, there you go.
Oh,
It's just a feasibility study.
all right, it's a feasibility study.
Collins.
Is that
board because it's gonna cost money?
I think it comes to the board because they want a general idea that we'll approve it if they study it.
Well, or that we're at least authorizing them to do the work so that the rumor mill doesn't go crazy.
Right, that's true too, yeah.
All right.
Mr. Hollenshed, can you cast your vote, please?
Good job, Priscilla.
Good job, son.
I have headache.
Now on finance.
You have. And that ends the SEC portion of the show.
All right, for the Audit and Finance Committee, have anything to add, those items will come on our next board agenda. The next item up is going to Policy and Personnel.
Does anybody have any questions about any of the policies?
Yeah, we do.
Anybody except Reverend Collins?
So I move to approve, I motion to approve the first reading of policy combining GCF and GCFB and the deletion of policy GCFB.
Second.
Any discussion, any questions?
Is there any, can we group them all? Is there anyone that don't have any questions?
Cleaning it
Just
up.
group them all.
I wish I had the ball.
Huh?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Got to vote.
Let's move him, Joyce.
Wait, keep guys vote.
Not a problem.
Can we group any of these policies, or someone have questions about any of them?
Well, I thought,
How many we got?
My question is on the naming committee one.
okay, that one's not mine anyway, so are y'all okay on?
I'm okay on the rest of them.
All right, wait, hold on, wait.
We could combine them all because they're all the first
No,
reading
they're not
ones
all
anyway.
first readings.
Everybody needs to vote. Kevin, you need to vote.
Could we combine all the first reading ones?
Yeah, were
Yes,
there any
that's what I
questions
figured.
about any of those?
No. So I move that are we waiting on the results from that one?
Yeah, no, it passed.
Okay. I move that we approve policy GCKBA, policy GCEC, and policy XXS, which is item E.
Cultural competency policy.
Cultural competency, and put those three together.
Second that motion. This is to approve first reading of those three policies.
Which would be alphabet, C, D, E, and F, is
No,
that
not
right?
F.
Yes.
Not F.
C, D, and
Not
E.
F, C, D, E.
Right.
C, D, and E.
You got that, Julie? I do, thank you. I can't imagine how.
I know.
One second.
Okay.
I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to the restroom.
Kevin, just hit yeah. Just hit, oh, got it, okay.
Bill, you do such a good job with your policies, no questions.
Madam Chair, I do have one question.
None.
Which we already did.
Priscilla, did you cast your vote?
I would, Madam Chair, on the next one,
Second reading?
I would respectfully ask that because that has changed.
Just 1 second. Reverend Collins, can you cast your vote, please?
He just did.
Which policy is next?
The magnet school.
IBHB, Magnet Schools and Programs Policy. Because it changed almost fundamentally, this was not a small change, I would move that we approve the first reading of this policy and allow it to stay in the public arena for them to review before we pass second reading.
I'll second that.
Julie, only changes move to approve first reading.
Good call.
Good catch, Sabrina. Thank you. That's a great idea. Somebody does like that.
That took all night. There's a lot of people outside that don't like any of it. I want to be popular, I would never come back.
That's right.
We need to ask him.
Not too bad.
Or Dree.
Ms. Jeffries?
Sorry. I'm worn out.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so everybody voted?
Yes. Item G.
I don't see it, but.
Yeah, it
anyway,
passed 8.
Policy, item G, the naming and Reverend Collins. Surprisingly, Reverend Collins has a question.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know how the name came up for the North Charleston Center for Advanced Studies, but not to insult anyone, but I'd like to have some time to talk about it again. If we can pull it from the agenda and bring it back next time, and let us have a chance to talk with the naming
So
committee.
it's a committee meeting, so let's, I move to approve it, but I think I've already asked that I'd like to see the representatives on the committee, because I really don't
Yeah,
like
we
the
like-
name, I
I like
just
to-
like the process.
Ask Eric,
I didn't get a
Erica's
chance.
here.
I didn't get a chance to finish nothing.
Well, but let Erica answer those questions for you.
So,
I just made a motion, I'm waiting on a second.
but you need to, but wait, I like to have,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
it was, I had the floor, she wasn't called upon.
It's already a motion. You gotta wait till it's an official motion before you start talking.
All right, I'll second the motion so we can have discussion.
All right, thank you. Do I have the floor back now?
Now you can ask your question.
Okay, so I don't know what it was derived from, the Cooper River Institute.
Dwayne.
I'm hoping that we can have an opportunity to talk about it. And maybe I'll have some different options. Did you have any other options that came up presented to you?
Yes, sir,
Erica, if you want to step to a microphone, please.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. The naming committee submitted a 31-page packet, and I'm happy to share that with you all, that talked about the reasons how they came up with the name. There were several options. They looked at geographical options, they looked at names of people, they looked at categories for the school title, and they also looked at the descriptive term for the school. There were 18 members on the committee. They were made up of school staff from the school.
Time's up, you're dismissed.
That's okay. From SIC members from Burke Military Magnet, North Charleston High School, and Stahl, because these are the schools that would feed directly into the center. And they took, everything was done through vote. I mean, I have all of the surveys that were taken, and so there were other names. I mean, I can tell you Cooper River came up, Montague came up, North Charleston, Park Circle, Montague, thinking about other, names in the area. But the committee wrote and said, we believe the title Cooper River Institute of Technology is geographically inclusive of the entire feeder pattern for the school, as well as reflective of the formal title of District 4 schools, which is called the Cooper River Constituent District. We believe it reflects rigorous career and technology educational opportunities. And finally, we believe it is a title that the entire community could welcome and support. So I'm happy to submit this to you if you'd like.
No, you don't need to send us
Okay.
that.
Electronically.
I think.
If you, can I ask my question?
I'm sorry, Reverend Collins. Sure you can.
So you had 4 names that were presented?
No, there were several others. I mean, I listed 5, but we had names of individuals as well.
Could you give us all
So
the names again, please? Just the names.
Cooper River, North Charleston, Montague, Park Circle. And then there were names of individuals. Do you want me to keep going?
Yes.
Herbert Attaway, Margaret Bozard, Gordon Garrett, Lazina Hart, Alvin Heinsohn, and Wheeler Hughes.
Wheeler Hughes? That's a former principal.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's someone we can kind of relate to. So do any parents or as part of your committee?
Yeah, the school improvement councils were involved. So this process, it was, they had 3 different meetings. After the second meeting, when these options were presented, then the representative was tasked to go back to their constituents and ask questions. And so we actually took a survey on that as well, and there were, we have the results and feedback from that. Again, I'm happy to share it with you so you can read.
Yeah, so my question is...
And there were 2 constituent board members on the committee as well.
So I know we're not, you're not a deadline for the name in the next 30 days, are you? You're not in the time frame that you got to have the name in 30 days?
The leadership, we would like to have the school name so that we can begin
As soon as possible.
marketing and signage and all
Right.
those things. So
Right.
yes, sir.
I mean, I'd like to have, at least by the next meeting, have a chance to reconsider then maybe submit some names here also.
Would the-
Kevin,
from-
same way about it.
That's not
Reverend Collins, if I may say, we have a group that we task with this
Yeah.
responsibility.
I understand
And so, you know, it sounds like they obviously, I mean, I'm not that
We
fond
just
of
want
the
to
name.
get some other options to the group to look consider.
Call the question.
I like Willie Hughes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If y'all would, this is our backyard, y'all.
I know, but this is
Post
also
Kevin
done by
Ives
the
and-
So is the
citizens, and I don't think we should start overruling them without at least having a conversation with them.
Okay, so if y'all would just vote on, and
All right.
Okay. As soon as that vote is up, the next item coming up is the board member travel to the National School Board Association. Is there a motion to approve?
I haven't decided, and there's no deadline, so I mean, if somebody wants to put their name in there now, but I don't think this should be the last time
Reverend Collins
we
wants to
ask.
put his name.
is this for everybody? Or-
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
let's
Yeah, yeah.
finish the
Yeah.
one we're on, finish the item we're on. Have we, did that pass?
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, in addition to the board chair and Reverend Collins, is anybody else asking to go to the National School Board? And then Mr. Hollenshed,
Whose names are we approving?
Reverend Mack, Reverend Collins, Mr. Hollenshed.
Move to approve.
Well, can I ask a question? How does
Yes.
a new girl find out about these things?
You could just
Because I didn't know anything about the conference. I mean, does it come to somebody? or-
Do
been your
you
email.
get updates from the South Carolina School Boards Association? In fact, I think today or yesterday is when this email came to you that said registration is open.
Okay.
So it's going to come to you from the South Carolina School Boards Association.
Okay, thank you.
So if you decide, then we just need to make sure we.
I'm not going, I just want to know.
Okay, got it, yeah, all right. All right, so there's a motion, second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Next item up, our November meeting date is November 18th. And again, the majority of these items were pushed to the December 16th board meeting for final approval. The upcoming meetings are November 18th, and then the following one will be December 2nd.
I do have one thing.
December
16th.
16th.
Excuse me.
Move to adjourn.
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry.
So
tried.
just want to give a quick update. We did receive, and some of you may have seen the letter that we received from the delegation requesting a meeting. So we have, just so we can all be clear how this all played out, the initial letter came on a Friday, I believe was November 1st, I believe the date was. And we responded back that Monday, I believe was the 3rd or the 4th on that Monday, initiating a November 8th meeting because they talked about the urgency. That date was not good for the delegation, so they sent a request back to meet on the 13th on that Wednesday afternoon the following week. It's that same day we also sent, I also sent a letter trying to get a quicker turnaround time to meet with the delegation for the 22nd. So on tomorrow, I will send a letter on behalf of the board accepting the November 13th date that's being requested by the delegation. The time,
November 13th.
I'm sorry, December 13th. And that time will be, I believe, at 10 a.m. They did ask for a later morning appointment time, so we're going to try to accommodate that as well.
You'll send out, so we'll be able to put it on our calendars?
Yes.
Thank you.
December 13th at 10 a.m.?
I believe that is the time, yes. That was the requested time.
Okay.
So I just wanted to give the board an update on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we've got no other items there.
Move to adjourn.
10.